We will hear more today about OneWISH from its founders, Louise Huskin and Malcolm Staves. So before that, I want to set out the plan for our time together today. Today, we will hear from inspirational leaders, men and women from various backgrounds who are standing up to break the bias, not only in the health and safety profession, but across the globe. The first half of our event will cover what bias looks like in 2022 and how we can understand it in the context of the health and safety world, including a presentation on bias and diversity, a panel showcasing latest research, and a case study of some rising stars talking about the bias and challenges they have faced and are overcoming. We will break for 30 minutes lunch at 12:15 London time, and then the second half of the day will showcase leadership in improving diversity, equity, and inclusion in health and safety, including presentations and Q&As from those working to create change. We are also celebrating the fact that for the first time ever, 5 of the largest health and safety membership bodies in the world all have female presidents. The 5 presidents are joining a panel chaired by our own chair, Anne, to discuss female leadership and their own learning. So an exciting event ahead of us. During the discussions, you will have the opportunity to post questions in the chat box, and we will cover them during the Q&A portions of the sessions. Please interact in the chat and post your questions. I already put in the chat, please let us know where you're calling us from. As I said, though I'm from Trinidad, I am in London, so I like having, that Caribbean piece as well as being in the UK. But let us know where in the world you are from. I will hand over to Louise Huskins to share more about the creation of OneWISH and its missions and goals. I'm confident everyone here today knows Louise, but I'll share a little bit about her before she comes on. Louise became IWD president in November 2021, having served as a vice president for 3 years and president-elect for 1 year. Louise is a first career health and safety professional with over 30 years experience. After graduating from Nottingham Trent University, she worked as an environmental health officer for Cambridge City Council for the cooperative promoting safe working practices and then in the construction sector before becoming head of environmental health and safety at Savills. Her consultancy, Huskins Associates, was established in 2005. As an employer and small business owner, she has a keen understanding of the distractions and pressures leaders face each day. Louise, I hand over to you now.
That's a brilliant introduction. Thank you so much, Melissa. I'm really excited to hear everything from our speakers and panelists today. And as Melissa has outlined, we have a fantastic lineup. And from everybody at OneWISH, we know that it's going to spark ideas, conversations, and ways that we can all support one another, which you will be able to take forward no matter what your gender. To help set the scene for all of this, I'd like to briefly tell you our OneWISH story, where we came from, what we stand for, and where we are today. So I first met Malcolm Staves, who's the Global Vice President of Health and Safety at L'Oreal, back in 2017 at our IWD conference. We began the first of very many conversations about why women were not reaching positions of leadership within health and safety circles. Initially, this began by looking at how L'Oreal might support STEM for a local girls' school that I was supporting at the time. Lockdown happened, the world changed, but our commitment to support women into health and safety did not. We share the same passion for the same reasons. Women in health and safety leadership or positions of influence are rare. And as a result, some of the traits they bring along with them around servant leadership styles are missing from our profession. The health and safety profession has been lacking some diversity of thought, which comes from better gender balance and smarter EDI. That's equity, diversity, and inclusion. Malcolm and I absolutely agreed when those involved in health and safety make better decisions, more lives are saved. This struck us as fundamentally important. So how could we not act? But before I continue the story of OneWISH, let's delve a little bit more into understanding exactly why diversity, equity, and inclusion are so critical for the occupation of health and safety. To help us with this, Malcolm has created a short presentation, which I will share with you now. By the wonders of modern technology.
Hello, I'm Malcolm Staves, and I'm the Global Vice President of Health and Safety at L'Oreal. And I want to talk to you a little bit about diversity, equity and inclusion, and specifically gender diversity and the important role that it plays for L'Oreal and also, I believe, for the future of the occupational health and safety profession. At L'Oreal, we've been working on gender diversity now for around about 15, 16 years. And it's a little bit now, I would say, part of our DNA, our ways of working. And it's important to us, quite simply for me, because we represent a diverse population of people that work for L'Oreal, the 83,000 employees, as well as our temporary workers, a very diverse group of people that we need to represent them. We need to keep them healthy and safe, and therefore we need to understand their needs and their requirements, whether from a cultural or whether ethnic or from any other point of view. And for that simple reason, for me, it's important that in the occupational health and safety profession, we need to be as diverse and as inclusive as all our employees. In addition to that, from the group perspective, I would say our customers are diverse, whether you're looking in Asia, North, South America, etc. We're not the same. And even within continents, people vary very differently. And that is why diversity, inclusion and equity is important to us. I also think when it comes to gender diversity, the important word is equity. For me, it's not about equality. It's still in health and safety having the best person for the job, because behind it, it's all about saving people's lives, putting systems in place, and we must have the best people. But it must be done in a way that's equitable for everybody and gives opportunity for everybody, whatever their background, whatever their gender. There's a lot of information out there at the moment that actually says that better decisions are made through diversity of thought and diversity of population. And in our industry, in the occupational health and safety industry, or health and safety in general, better decision making simply makes sense because we will reduce fatalities and we will reduce the number of injuries. So it just makes absolutely sense. Just over a year ago in L'Oreal, we launched our Women in Safety Network, which is a group of collaboration of women who work within health and safety, but also with men working with them as well. We have a steering committee that's 20% men. It's across the board, and it's very effective in driving the contribution of women to health and safety, providing the support networks internally, using our role models, our senior leaders, so that they can help, support and mentor young women as they start their career, and those women that are progressing onto more higher levels of leadership and need the support of our internal network. L'Oreal co-founded with Hoskin Associates OneWISH just over a year ago, and I am, and we are, very proud of the progress that has been made to date in bringing women in health and safety networks together, whether it be North, South America, Asia, Europe, so that we can support, provide assistance and promote women and gender equality within our profession. What it's brought to me, being a member as well as a co-founder, is the fact that it's opened up other networks. It's opened up our eyes to the things we can do. And one of the things that have come out of it is this partnership with ROSPA, who we already have partnership under Safe at Work, Safe at Home, but under the same approach, we've now extended this to training through women in health and safety, with mentoring over an 8 to 10 month period. Last year, we put 32 women through that, the majority of which came from applications through social media, plus one or two L'Oreal women on every training session, followed by 8 to 12 months of mentoring, as I said. It's been extremely successful, and we plan to continue. But bringing people together towards a common purpose, a common goal of gender equality and equity, I think, for women as well within our health and safety profession, is a good cause, especially when you think that the future of health and safety, from my point of view, needs more collaboration, more teamwork, more empathy. And all of that will come through diversity, I believe. And that's why it's important for me. And I would suggest that maybe also it's important for you. But before I leave you, I'd just like to say that if you don't know about OneWISH, reach out through social media, through the website, reach out to the OneWISH group and find out and discover what they've got to offer, because I'm convinced, like with L'Oreal, you will be convinced that being part of this is also creating the future of health and safety. Take care wherever you are. Take care of your loved ones. Thank you.
Brilliant. So for all the reasons that he has just reminded us about, Malcolm and I share the aspiration to see more women in leadership positions in the health and safety occupation. Aspiration, maybe the word is passion, which is more appropriate. And when we met back in 2017, we knew that we wanted to work together to create a change in the status quo. But also we knew that we could not do it alone. It would never happen without collective action, which is why we started by linking our personal networks. Following some useful early connections, we then began to reach out to membership organisations and corporations around the world, asking them to join us to collaborate in this endeavour. There was a real appetite for it, and a formal committee was formed ahead of our first members meeting back in January 2021. Our fantastic executive committee, all of whom have played a role in this event today, have been an absolute powerhouse over the last year. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of them for everything you have done. Every one of the executive committee is a volunteer, and along with our coalition members, they are helping us to fully establish OneWISH. Thanks to a generous donation from L'Oreal, we were also able to hire Jenny Brace as Head of Governance and Operations in the autumn of last year, then Liz to support our comms work, who is here in the background today. These are the people who are bringing you everything you see here today. Together, over the last year, we have developed and grown. The OneWISH Coalition now includes a range of health and safety membership bodies, corporates, not-for-profit organisations, supporting other organisations and women's networks around the world. During 2021, our members have shared knowledge and learning. We've held 2 conferences, submitted a consultation response to the UK government on women health inequalities, supported the L'Oreal and ERM global survey, which you will find out more from here, on the data and evidence panel later on, as well as Tamara's excellent podcast series. We have recently clarified our mission, our vision, and our values, and are working on our strategy in consultation with the membership. And we also have developed work streams run by our amazing members to bring some of this strategy to life. So let's be clear about what OneWISH is. Stronger together, our coalition works to empower and connect everyone working to improve the prominence and influence of women in the health and safety sector. We want to improve women's access to opportunities and do this by platforming both women and opportunities, by sharing knowledge and information, and by supporting and promoting our members' initiatives working towards the same goal. The kind of initiatives that OneWISH promotes are those focused on supporting women in health and safety, on enhancing the working culture within our profession to ensure that women are more able to succeed and thrive, and also on advocating in the wider environment to increase opportunities. Our values drive our work and are at the heart of everything we do. We have 5 core values, and these are: 1, we are led by our members. We are inclusive. We have personal and collective integrity. We are neutral and independent. We are positive and collaborative. We are currently working on strengthening our offer to our coalition members. If you think that your organisation would like to get involved, then please do get in touch to find out more. Coalition membership is free and open to any organisation that is interested in supporting women in health and safety to develop into leaders. Alongside our organisational coalition membership, we are also developing a global community of people interested in the issue of gender diversity and female leadership in the health and safety sector. So please sign up to our newsletter to become part of this. Anyone can get involved, even if you are not even in the health and safety sector yet, but are interested in becoming part of it. The next year is going to be an exciting one for OneWISH and our coalition members. There are many initiatives in the pipeline, knowledge and experience to be shared, brilliant women to be highlighted around the world, and conversations to kick off. So let's get this event started with our event for International Women's Day. I'm going to be handing back over to you, Melissa.
Great. Thanks so much, Louise, for that really inspiring background on how OneWISH came to be. It's really clear that you and Malcolm, your passion and dedication, have come through clearly. And as a member, I know everyone's really committed in making a difference. So yeah, it's great that, and as we can see today with the presenters, the discussions we will have, it's about the conversations, the engagement, and really breaking biases. So good, thanks so much, Louise. Before I move on to our keynote presentation, I just wanted to for us to just reflect, we do have, a very serious situation happening in Ukraine right now. One of our committee members is actually from Poland, and I know Poland is really supporting the refugee situation in Ukraine. So I just wanted us to keep our hearts and thoughts and prayers for everyone who is going through such a difficult time right now. Thank you. So we now move on to our keynote presentation on the role of diversity and inclusion in 2022, and how do we supercharge the change to create more inclusive cultures. I'm pleased to introduce Alex Evrinov from Evolve. Alex or Alexandra is managing director and has worked at Evolve for almost 9 years, and has been integral to the development and success of the business as a D&I consultancy and network, working across intersectional inclusion. As the first person to join Involve's CEO, Suki Sandhu, in creating and growing the outstanding LGBT plus network back in 2013, she was responsible for engaging and nurturing an amazing range of clients that Involve still works with today, and advising them in the implementation of inclusive practices. This experience of driving inclusive cultures with global clients has helped position Alex as an expert in all things related to DE&I and allowed her to shape Involve's growing portfolio of inclusion initiatives. Alex is half Spanish, half French, and grew up between Brazil, Spain, and France, with a stint in the US, so always looks at diversity through an international lens. Thanks, Alex, and Involve for being part of our OneWISH event today. I now hand over to you.
Thank you so much, Melissa. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. And I will just start sharing my screen just a second. And hopefully, Melissa, can you please let me know if, oh?
It's saying you've started screen sharing, but nothing's come up yet.
Okay. My laptop is making some noises that I'm not liking right now. Is it still not sharing?
Yeah, it's not sharing yet.
All right, let me see. Right, let me just stop it and try it again. Apologies about that. Of course, it had to be now that this happens. Right. We tried it yesterday and it was working well, so it should work now.
It still hasn't come up. Oh, yes, now it's there. But you are showing the next slide. So if you want to change the setting.
Yes, just 1 second. It's just, well, this is very annoying because now it's hiding. Right. I think I'm going to have to do without the sharing. I do apologize about that. It was working yesterday and it stopped working. So unless I try one more time, and if not, then I won't. Yeah.
Totally understand. Digital will.
Yes, of course. I will share the. Sorry, just 1 second. Perhaps if I just start with this.
Or if you want to keep it where you can see the next slide, that's fine.
Okay, can you see
it? Okay,
now?
that's perfect. Good, thank you.
Which slide are you on? Sorry.
The big picture. What is
the big picture? Amazing. Yes. I do apologize for that small tech issue. So very happy to be here with you today to discuss the role of D&I in 2022 and how I'll be sharing some ideas to supercharge change to create and enhance more inclusive cultures. So in terms of Involve, we're a global network and we champion equity, diversity, inclusion in business. And we've been doing this since 2013. We do this on a global level and we work with our clients on awareness workshops, campaigns, talent development programs for diverse talent, thought leadership, as well as advisory solutions, where we really take the opportunity to know our clients in depth and really tailor our solutions so that they complement their strategies and really help them achieve their objectives. We also publish annual role model lists that are supported by our partner, Yahoo Finance. And these role model lists really are an opportunity for us to highlight and celebrate business leaders who not only are very successful in their own careers, but are actually incredibly active in actually driving inclusion and equity in the workplace. So for us, these inspirational stories need to be shared on a global scale and will truly help with the representation, we believe, in terms of representation of diversity at senior leadership level. So our lists are called heroes. Heroes are actually future women who champion women in business and their allies, as well as empower, that champion ethnically diverse leaders, and outstanding, that champion LGBT plus leaders. So if you want more information, please do check out our website. We're currently actually accepting nominations for our Empower list. So in terms of the actual conversation around diversity and inclusion, and why it should still be top of the agenda in 2022. Well, even though there has been progress, things still need to actually change for representation of diversity at senior levels. So as we can see here, like 8.1% of Fortune 500 CEOs are actually women, and only 1% are women of color. Now you can look at any really index in the Western world, and you'll have similar stats. Now, these indices are incredibly homogeneous, and what we're trying to do here is actually break that glass ceiling for diverse talent. So when we look at diversity, we shouldn't only focus on one strand, but actually look at it with this intersectional lens, because representation really does matter. People who can see themselves reflected at senior leadership levels will actually believe that they can make it themselves as well. So even though there has been progress, and especially for women nowadays, where 40% of board positions at the UK's biggest companies are held by women, yes, it's progress and it's something to celebrate. But despite that progress, women are still hugely underrepresented in senior executive positions. So this means that we are continuing to assign women in lower in power jobs, or less direct to actually CEO talent pipelines, which actually most men will have access to at a FTSE 100 and 350 firms. So when we consider that intersectionality as well, with the added challenge of raising the career profile of women from groups that continue to be underrepresented at the workplace, such as Black women or women from the LGBTQ plus communities, women with visible or invisible disabilities, and other women from protected characteristics, they continue to be missing at the board and executive level. So it's incredibly important that, yes, we celebrate the progress, but still recognize that there's much progress to be made. There are currently just 4 publicly out, actually LGBT plus CEOs as well on Fortune 500 companies, and 0 on the FTSE 100. And this actually has decreased from 2018, when we had 2 openly LGBT plus CEOs, apologies. So in case we still need to highlight the business case, well, this is one stat. We can share so many other stats that the studies from McKinsey or Deloitte keep actually just enhancing and highlighting the need for diversity in business, and how good it is, not only for companies to become more profitable, productive, and really to offer greater innovation. So really, we should turn it around and ask, what is the business case for not actually driving inclusion and equity in business? And I think that one might be harder to get. And when analyzed, we're still looking at such as the gender, the ethnicity pay gap. We need to highlight that this. When the median hourly wage goes in what ethnic groups who are ethnic diverse, there's a pay gap of 2.3%. We need to also consider how the ethnicity gap is much larger for women and for men, that there are between ethnic groups. So all the why DNI for corporate
Alex? Hi, Alex, you're breaking up on our side. Do you still have your camera on?
I do. Okay.
Yeah,
because it's actually not moving. Like my.
Yeah, maybe take the camera off.
My mouse is not moving now. So this is not going well. Okay.
Yeah, you're breaking up. Are you still there? Okay, we seem to have lost Alex for a bit. Louise, are you still there? Are you hearing me?
Yeah, hi Melissa. Some really great statistics in there that Alex has gone through. Hopefully she'll be able to pick up and rejoin us.
Yeah, no, I agree. If Alex is hearing us, maybe drop out and call back in. So we'll give her a couple of minutes. So no, okay, so she's dropped off there. So yeah, no, it's good. I actually was reading a article. I know I sent it out to the OneWISH group about Black women in the UK and in the workplace, and they had there was this group that's done some survey on the information on representation, how they feel around career progression, etc. And I do think that's important to get the data out there, which is the topic of our next panel around some of the data, because I think data informs what's happening, and it helps make change happen. So I know there's a lot of debate around whether you should have targets and so, but yeah, that's an interesting piece. But for me, I think it's around data. So I think we have to start with having some information. If we don't have it, then we don't know where we're starting from. So,
yeah,
okay.
We actually, in our last session, which is so there's we had a session in November, and we had another one. We ran a great session last year, and ERM brought some statistics through that just really kind of shocked and horrified me in respect of health and safety and women in leadership positions. And they were basically identified that only 15% of people with significant health and safety roles are women, and they were able to connect that directly to naturally the way that things are being the focus that we have as health and safety professionals. But it looks like Alex is back now.
Good. And we'll get more into that in the panel discussion later on. So great. Alex,
yes.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, I am. I do apologize. My laptop decided to restart.
Sometimes it happens, but we'll make it through.
We'll
so good.
Yeah,
so we'll power through. So I like that. So yes, so you can go back and share, and you can continue because you were sharing some really great insights.
Brilliant. So can you please just let me know that you're seeing is this the speaker or the slide?
I'm seeing your speaker notes as well.
Speaker notes as well. Let me just try to change that. There you go.
No, still seeing the main slide and then the next slide with some notes. But I think we can go through with that if you're okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great. So apologies about that. So we were talking, I'll pick up where I left off. So key considerations for the 2022 business landscape. In terms of key considerations, I think we can actually consider that the Great Resignation or the Big Quit is a big theme that has been talked about for the past few months. Basically, a lot of organizations are losing staff, and a lot of times when there are exit interviews in place, and when we actually give the voice to those employees who are leaving, to actually voice exactly why they're leaving, why they're not happy, it's a lot of times because of inclusive practices, or really the fact that some employees have been overworked during the pandemic and just haven't been considered for development opportunities, or don't see themselves really thriving into the business that they're working in. So something that really needs to be taken into consideration is how all of these factors do play together into actually increasing that sense of belonging, and really retaining talent and engaging with your talent, which is really key for retention here. So in terms of the pandemic, even though things seem to be in a much better place nowadays, fingers crossed, at least in some countries and this part of the world, in the Western hemisphere, we have realized that with the pandemic, it has highlighted a lot of inequalities in society. And so there have been not only heightened discrimination towards specific groups, such as apology, so hate discrimination against Asian populations at the start of the pandemic, but also, which has continued actually throughout, but also unemployment, and in particular how some ethnic groups were affected, were mostly affected by the pandemic as well. So for example, in the UK, Black and Asian employees were 26 times more likely to be unemployed during the pandemic. We cannot hide away from these statistics, and really it is time to actually look at what organizations and businesses can do to really take responsibility and helping society into moving into the more equitable and inclusive direction. So even as the pandemic has highlighted so many inequities and inequalities, really highlighting people's environments, personal environments, when we had to all work from home or work remotely, but also actually getting to that more personal face of business, let's say. So I believe that concepts such as diversity, but also like equity, inclusion, psychological safety, belonging, have become something that are actually a focus for businesses now, not a nice to have or a box ticking exercise like it used to be for a lot of companies, but an actual business imperative. So those conversations are actually needed, and not only at the senior leadership level, but across all levels. So that is also how businesses come to play a part when it comes to social justice movements. So we talked about, obviously we cannot hide from the conversations that are happening in the world, from the terrible events that have been shaping our world in the past few years, and more recently as well. So examples such as the Black Lives Matter movement iteration following George Floyd's murder, actually highlighting the need for the conversations around race that needed to happen in the workplace, that a lot of corporations were hiding from because they were not ready to have them, or because they wanted to focus on gender. Now that intersectionality actually has been crucial, and we need to consider the facts as they're coming into play as well, the effect that it's having on people and on society as a whole. So not only, of course, BLM was incredibly important, also the anti-Asian hate campaigns following the discrimination against Asian communities and during COVID, but also the Ukraine war, and how actually women are fleeing the war to protect their families, and some of them are actually staying and fighting the war. We're looking at even discrimination when it comes to the women who are fleeing. So Black women are not being permitted into trains to actually flee the country, and all of these conversations, we're realizing, yes, they're happening in business and they affect us at this level, but the impact of them, it's at a more at a wider scope, basically. So how these micro instances of aggressions actually have and resonate at the macro level and actually have an influence on them. So we're starting to also hear a lot of discrimination that is happening against Russians in some places as well. So this is why it's important, basically, to keep D&I at the forefront of business priorities, and not only in waves of conversations, but actually as a business, as a part of the business strategy. And so in terms of the conversation and moving forward, I will ask this question. So a few ideas to actually supercharge inclusion. I think we need to recognize that a lot of organizations have realized that data is key, and really you can't really change you can't change what you can measure, basically. So in terms of data collection, companies have started to actually start a lot more questions, start asking a lot more questions, start rolling out surveys to the organizational level at different levels, etc. Now, this is great, but it needs to be done in a very conscious way, and in a way that is actually transparent in order to build trust. So it needs to show that basically what you're asking employees has a purpose, basically, that there is some cohesion in the ongoing conversations that are happening around DE&I, and not only around DE&I, but how all of the actions play together, actually the development, the recruitment, the attraction, the exit interviews, how everything that actually relates to your employees can actually be inclusive at each step of the way. So by bringing that cohesion and really making sure that you're bringing your employees in the conversation to build that trust, you're actually also telling them that you respect what they're saying, they're telling you, and you need them to tell you where they are, their perceptions, in order to actually put in place interventions and solutions that are going to have a positive impact in the organization. Now, there's a lot of value in those surveys and that quant data, but we do want to highlight as well that qualitative data is just as important. So, and we would recommend for it to be collected by a third party, and not only collected, but analyzed as well. A third party basically gives you gives your employees the impression that at least that data, they're actually sharing it on a more trusted level. So, or they can actually, they won't have anyone in that room that will be able to report what others have said, etc. So it's an incredibly useful information exercise, apologies, to actually share the information and the insights from employees. So this can be done via focus groups, listening sessions, forums, you name it. But it's really to give your employees the opportunity to share their experiences within your organization, and also their own perception of inclusion, of how inclusive your practices are, and perhaps in which areas you should focus some of your work in the future. So actually reviewing this impact of really the organizational culture on women, on diverse talent at all levels is incredibly important to identify the gaps and create actual psychological safe working environments to support more of these colleagues with speaking up and really contributing, sharing about their experiences, and really contributing to shaping the strategy and the agenda moving forward. It makes also room for processes to be reviewed and updated to reflect the current employee experience. And when we're thinking about things such as a succession planning, apologies, it is vital that if it needs to actually support inclusion, which it should, it helps organizations introduce more women and diverse talent into leadership positions. So high-performing women and high-performing diverse talent from those underrepresented groups are usually less likely to be selected for succession, because their leadership styles are less in line with those that currently hold those positions. So really the value of reporting on this data is incredibly important to really show that you're not looking at just the general results, because sometimes what companies will tell us is, well, we're in a great place. 80% of our employees report they're engaged and happy with our organization, and that's great news. But if the majority is homogeneous, then you're missing the point there. You're missing an opportunity to actually go more in depth and look at, okay, out of those 80%, how many are from the majority group? How many are from actually diverse protected characteristics? Are we looking at tenure? Are we looking at different business units or seniority, et cetera, et cetera? So it's really important that basically that in-depth analysis really gives kind of like a deep dive into the experience shared by everyone in your organization and not just the majority. So those, at this stage, really, again, transparency, communication is incredibly important. So really to share the insights, I'm not saying the whole kind of like data, but at least the insights with your employees, and actually letting them know why you ask those questions, what you're going to do with that data, and the roadmap of interventions. It will create this sense of, okay, we're all kind of like in this together, and we're actually trying to solve issues rather than just trying to shape D&I agendas that are just following trends. So in terms of actual conversations as well. So basically, we've talked about transparency, communication. It's also important that that language is being reflected across the organization. So in terms of the support for the data collection, it also needs to be driven by the senior leadership levels. So basically, that communication needs to come from the top and really drive commitment from the whole business. So if inclusive leaders are the ones that are going to be championing for this data collection, the ones who are going to start role modeling behaviors and having the conversations with their own teams about creating and enhancing inclusive cultures that actually also are kind of like driving psychological safety at the forefront of an employee's well-being, and also their own sense of belonging to their organization. So all of these concepts are things that really leaders should be talking about with their teams. Inclusive leaders, we want to think about them as empathetic. They think about how they can adapt their leadership style to different teams, to different individuals. They're aware of their own biases and perhaps their own awareness and understanding journey as well, but they're interested in actually moving forward in that journey and listening about other people's experiences and their own insights. So really, there's no perfect recipe for inclusive leadership, but being mindful of the diversity makeup of your teams, of the people that you mentor, the people that you sponsor or that you champion when they're not in the room for opportunities. A lot of inclusive leaders choose to use their position of privilege to lift as they climb the corporate ladder for diverse talent. So really being mindful and purposeful in the way that they sponsor talent is incredibly key here to make sure that the leaders of today are helping shape the diverse leaders of tomorrow, and actually getting them to access those senior leadership positions as well, helping them to access those senior leadership positions. So focusing on more diverse working styles during succession planning, as well as we were saying earlier, actually will align with the company's diversity and inclusion goals. So again, coaching, mentoring, development for women and diverse talent, incredibly important. And it gives talent the room to demonstrate their unique leadership style and what they can bring to the conversation to elevate your team's performance. So at Involve, we train leaders on a daily basis from all industries, and it's incredibly interesting to actually hear the conversations that are happening in those trainings. As it turns out that a lot of these individuals have it in them. It's just about trying to get the conversation going, and then actually asking for more accountability to be taken, individual but also collective accountability when it comes to driving change and enhancing inclusion in workplaces. So just I will end just very quickly, kind of like this best practice chat with a conversation around moving away from unconscious bias and into conscious inclusion. So really, it's about framing it in a different, more positive way and more action-based way as well. So theory is great, and learning how to, actually identify your biases is important. But just as important as that is actually learning how to mitigate those biases in the first instance. And also learning from other people's experiences, other people's journeys, and their own biases as well is incredibly important. That's why we always prone peer-to-peer learning experiences. So trainings are great, but actually learning from one another is so much more powerful. The conversations evolve. We are human, and we learn from one another. So the conversations do evolve. The one thing I would like to also highlight is that we've talked about equitable interventions, for example, for diverse talent. We need to shape basically the talent development for each individual. We all have our strengths and our areas of development. However, we shouldn't be putting the onus on diverse talent to develop in order to reach the senior leadership positions. It is also the responsibility of the line managers of today, of the senior leaders of today, to actually create those opportunities and make sure that those opportunities are actually being purposefully presented to diverse talent as well. So we need to basically bring people on the journey with us by leveling up the playing field when it comes to building a common sense of understanding of key concepts such as we mentioned earlier, belonging, psychological safety, inclusion, equity, and what that means for your organization. So having this conversation is an opportunity for your colleagues to learn from their own experiences of breaking their own biases, but also learning from their peers' experiences and stories. So yes, today I just will end with that on that note, basically just saying to break the bias and get inspiration from others about how they're breaking their own biases as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alex, for those insights, some really important points. Some of these we'll be touching during the day, but it's really great reminders. We have run over a bit, so I am going to ask one question, and then, we can always connect. One of the things, LinkedIn's there. I know you're active on LinkedIn, and we can all follow up with you if that's okay.
Of course.
Yeah, one of the questions, what's your view or Involve's view around two areas, unconscious bias training and leadership programs that are focused for women?
So on the one hand, unconscious bias training, that's a good question. Unconscious bias training is helpful, but I think we're at a point where we need to go further than that. The time for unconscious bias training is in the past. Now we actually need to move forward and actually take action. So what actions can you take to mitigate biases within yourself, within your teams that you manage, and within the workplace altogether? And and the second part of your question, Melissa.
Leadership training programs focused for women.
For women, absolutely. So they're important as well. Again, to help build confidence. But I think we need to be careful and mindful in the way that we position these programs as well, because we're not saying that women don't have those skills and should develop those skills. What we're saying is women and diverse talent need to gain confidence in those skills and apply them and get the opportunity to apply them so that it is helpful to advance their careers. But then the onus, again, needs to be on line managers that integrate these learnings into the personal development plans, but also on senior leaders to recognize that they need to be more purposeful in the way that they sponsor talent.
Excellent. No, thank you so much. Thanks, Alex. Really, I'm personally I admire the work that Involve's been doing, and we're really happy to have had you here today. Hopefully we will be able to get your presentation. And as I said, we'll be staying in touch via LinkedIn and other forums.
Absolutely. Please feel free to connect. And I do apologize for the tech issues, everyone. Yes, have a great day of events. It looks like a really amazing discussion.
No, thank you again, Alex, and happy International Women's Day.
Happy International Women's Day. Bye-bye.
Yeah, keep well. Good. So thanks very much. So we now move on to our first panel discussion, and it's actually a good continuity because Alex talked about data. So this panel discussion is going to be the evidence and the data, and will be moderated by Lorenzo Vicenti. All I'll say with Lorenzo, I know I had a long, good description for Lorenzo, but for time, I'll say Lorenzo is the safety director at Arriva PLC Group. And I know Lorenzo has a particular interest in health and safety risks to women workers and the lack of gender-sensitive OSH legislation, policy, and practice. So I'll hand over to Lorenzo, who will introduce the rest of his panel and go through the panel discussion. Thanks, Lorenzo.
Superb. Thank you very much for that introduction, Melissa. And what fantastic timing on this agenda to follow immediately after Alex's presentation, as this panel discussion is going to principally focus at around the data and evidence, which featured so heavily in the second half of Alex's PowerPoint. I'm not going to talk very much, I hope, as I have a really exciting three-person panel to introduce to you. And I thought we would start this morning by introducing you to Sarah Cumbers. Sarah is the Director of Evidence and Insight at the global safety charity Lloyd's Register Foundation, where her team commissions research to generate and understand data and evidence around safety. Sarah, welcome to the panel and to the OneWISH community on International Women's Day. Would you like to introduce yourself more fully than I possibly could and give us a précis of your research, please?
Lovely, thank you, Lorenzo, and what a pleasure it is to be speaking today. Happy International Women's Day, everybody. So Lloyd's Register Foundation is a global safety charity, and we have a mission to make the world safer, and we fund education, research and innovation programs specifically around engineering safety. And my team in particular, as Lorenzo said, seeks to understand what the data and evidence can tell us about those safety challenges and the complex factors that affect safety, so that we understand what works, and we also stimulate the generation of new data as well. Relevant to today, our work includes a focus on safety at work in many high-risk industries. And so today, on International Women's Day, I want to make three key points about safety and equality, diversity and inclusion, arguing that EDI is really fundamental to safety in the workplace. We know that a lack of EDI can have a really fundamental impact on the well-being of the individual, and inclusion is really entwined with the concepts of psychological safety. We all have a right to show and employ ourselves without fear of negative consequences, be that to our self-image or our career, our status, and that encompasses our sex, our ethnicity, our sexuality, a range of protected characteristics. And research that the Foundation has conducted has collated the evidence around the link between psychological well-being and physical safety. And we know that if you feel mentally unwell, in addition to the psychological burden that places on you as an individual, you're also more likely to be injured at work. And so the key message is that it's really essential that businesses focus on sustainable EDI practice for the psychological and also the physical safety of their staff. And secondly then, moving on to interventions around workplace safety, the key message here is that they need to consider EDI. Health and safety risks we know are experienced and perceived very differently by people of different ages, different gender, culture, experience, etc. And this needs to be considered as we design interventions to address these issues. And the foundation has conducted some really unique research in the form of a global poll called the World Risk Poll that focuses on risk and safety issues and includes a focus on safety in the workplace. So our 2019 survey, conducted in 142 countries around the globe, 150,000 people, included a focus on workplace safety, as well as collecting a whole range of demographic information. And that poll revealed to us that workplace risks are experienced and perceived very differently by individuals, depending on age, sex, culture, etc. And a really pertinent example today on International Women's Day is around violence and harassment in the workplace. The poll showed us that while women working in high-income countries are generally less likely to be physically injured at work, many more women than men experience violence and harassment at work in high-income countries. So violence and harassment is a really significant issue for some high-income countries where safety practice is otherwise generally very good. And we also saw a significant gender gap in some high-income countries. So the results from Australia, for example, where violence and harassment has been experienced by 39% of women and also 24% of men. So ultimately, if you're looking to address the safety issue in the workplace, you need to think about equality, diversity and inclusion when designing safety interventions to address those issues and understand the imbalance that that safety issue will have on individuals in the workplace. And then the final point I want to make is that we don't know enough about the impact that EDI has on safety. I've given you one piece of evidence, but we anticipate that there's a really significant opportunity that exists to improve safety outcomes by addressing other imbalances. COVID has laid bare for all of us the impact that inequality has on health outcomes. We found scant explicit data around the impact that inclusion has on safety outcomes within engineering, but we anticipate that with better data collection, we would find a very strong correlation there and opportunities to make a difference. So we have found indications that inclusion is linked to safety in a range of different ways. So, for example, issues for women, you're probably familiar with the issue of PPE not being designed for women. We're not just smaller men. Equipment design, it might be too big or too heavy for women to handle safely, but there are also issues for men as well. So, for example, reference man doesn't represent all men, and we found examples, for example, of safety goggles not fitting Black and other ethnic group men. So the Foundation is planning to convene and undertake a piece of work on the topic of inclusive safety, and we very much welcome the input from experts around the globe on this issue. So if you've got an example, if you've got some data, if you've got an interest in this issue or just feel passionately about it and want to join us in doing something about it, please do get in touch and please do share the results and your research. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sarah. What a great introduction to the World Risk Poll. Really interesting to see you propose EDI as effectively a control measure to reduce violence and harassment in some developed as well as less developed countries. But given those shocking statistics around violence and harassment, as well as considering inclusivity, what else do you think can be done to address this risk in the workplace?
Thanks, Lorenzo. Well, we've entered into a collaboration with the International Labour Organization as a result of our 2019 poll, and our 2021 poll that was in the field last year has collected further data on this issue in the workplace. And we're planning to launch the results of that poll later on this year with the ILO. And the whole point of that is to drive the ratification of the ILO's new convention. If you're not familiar with it, Convention 190, which looks at violence and harassment in the workplace. So we've collected additional data, not just on people's experience, but of the type of violence and harassment that they've experienced, specifically whether it was reported and who it was reported to, and if not, why not. So really trying to get to grips with the issue of underreporting and why it is that people don't report when they have experienced violence and harassment. So do watch out for that additional data. Look up the convention and what your country could do to support ratification and to implement that.
Thanks, Sarah, and thank you for your call to arms for experts around the globe and interested parties to help contribute to that future work. But very interested to hear that there is increasing interest And I just wonder about future research priorities and how they could be determined around inclusion and safety.
Yeah, thanks, Lorenzo. Well, as I mentioned in my introduction, we found very little formal research on the link between inclusion and safety, which means that there isn't a very clear path in our eyes in terms of what research should be conducted next. And that's why we're planning to convene, to bring forward that tacit knowledge that we're sure exists within the profession around issues that are known, so that these can be formally researched. So it's really, really important that we hear from stakeholders and we get good inclusion while we're scoping this, so that we get the research plan right for the future.
And I think some of your keenest stakeholders are attending this conference and are part of the OneWISH community, given the objectives of that organisation. So thank you, Sarah. If you'll bear with us, we'll introduce other members of the panel, and then we'll come into a plenary session and have a more iterative discussion with everybody. So I turn to my similarly surnamed, we clearly have a root somewhere in the past, Philippa Vicente. I'd like to introduce Philippa to you now. Philippa is a partner at ERM, working from Europe and Latin America, and has been in the field of health and safety for 18 years. She's been involved in women empowerment promotion at work since 2014, and actively involved in developing ERM's related programs for the last 4 years or so. Equality, diversity and inclusion above all is part of her attitude daily, and she makes continuous effort to be aware of her own biases so that she can break them. Philippa, can I also extend a warm welcome to you to the panel and ask you to give a better introduction about yourself than I can, and introduce us, please, to your study.
Thank you, Lorenzo, for the introduction. Hello, Sarah. Interesting study. ERM is a global pure sustainability consultancy, and actually in October 2021, ERM, together with L'Oréal and in association with OneWISH, we initiated a research around gender diversity and inclusion on the health and safety professional. To do that, we prepared a global survey and interviews in order to start a discussion around this important topic. And we obtained 205 responses to the online survey from different hierarchical levels, being near three-quarters, from the most senior levels in the organizations, mostly on the health and safety leading positions or D&I leaders. And these responders were from the 5 continents, mostly from the Northern Hemisphere. That was actually better represented, and probably that is something we need to keep exploring. And from these responders, 61% were female, 36% were male. And in order to confirm the answers obtained from the survey, we also completed 19 one-on-one interviews with these health and safety and D&I leaders. And the main outcomes of this research were, first of all, there is apparently safety processes, policies, frameworks, management systems are yet lacking consideration in the inherent differences between genders. And some examples like PPEs, yet very focused on men fit, let's say. Or, for instance, having maternity or paternity needs versus women or men needs in general. Another point was that although 50% of companies have structured programs targeted for the development of women leaders, for more than 3 years, 60% of responders mentioned that those programs do not deliver the performance that was expected. And incredibly, that number increases to 75% when we ask specifically about health and safety leadership positions. Another topic is that when we questioned about organizational climate support for the development of women leaders, a notable difference between women perception and men's perception on the efficiency of that organizational climate was detected. So while the majority of women answered that the efficiency was to a small extent, the majority of men answered to a great extent. And again, when asked about the top 3 factors preventing women from advancing in their health and safety career, lack of opportunities for career advancement and work-life balance were identified as the 2 main barriers to women to progress to leadership position, identified both by men and women. However, the gender credibility gap was identified by women as one of the top 3 factors, but not by men, while unwillingness to relocate was identified by men as one of the top 3 factors, but not by women. So I think that is very clear that apart from these details, what is very highlighted is the difference of perceptions between men and women on what is going on the health and safety leadership in the work market. So as the final points, we still need to explore around the correlation between D&I maturity and health and safety performance of companies, and reverse, how those affect, and that would be an interesting point to take further for research. But at the end, what we can mention here is that existing research indicates that diversity in the workplace results in better business decisions. And as a result, if we take this into health and safety, that means saving more lives. So definitely having a very diverse workforce, and especially in the leadership, makes better business decisions. I think I'll leave here, Lorenzo, for for better discussions later.
Philippa, thank you very much for a great summary of your study. I pick up on what one of the words you used and you said about some of the statistics. They were incredible. And I think they really are incredible when you hear numbers as high as 75%. But one thing perhaps you could help my understanding a little more is around the meaning of the perceptions difference amongst gender.
Yeah, that was probably the topic that I personally took more seriously, because it's very hard to change something if perceptions are different. And I mean, men and women see world differently. I think that's fair to say. And definitely that can be a challenge for women, as they tend to see barriers where men don't see barriers. Being men disproportionately leading positions, that can generate a challenge for women to grow in their organizations or to get promoted. However, it is also an opportunity for women to amplify their points of view. I think we as women, we need to understand where the comments or where the actions or what is going on is coming from, right? So there is also an opportunity for us. The main thing here is that the difference of perception confirms how important it is to have gender representation parity at all leadership levels, and especially on the health and safety field. Because, and I don't I don't get tired enough to say this, a diverse safety function is more likely to understand the issues faced by a diverse workforce. And we know that around 40% of the workforce is women. So if we have a diverse safety function, we have a more effective in preventing work conditions, preventing illness, preventing injuries, and even preventing fatalities. And that is the main goal here, right?
I think that's really true, and thank you for that explanation. And I'm sure when I introduce Laura in a few moments' time, we'll build even further on your comments around making a diverse and inclusive health and safety profession. Maybe you focused on the outputs of the study. Can I ask you what recommendations you would have following the study?
So the study presents a number of recommendations, some more general, some more specific. I think that to highlight a couple of them here, around the gender credibility gap. So if you remember, the question was, what is preventing women to grow in their health and safety leadership positions? And gender credibility gap was one of the top 3 factors identified by women. And I think one of the things that companies can do to at least start looking at the situation differently is to have balanced panels. When are identifying, for instance, high potential women for leadership positions, or discussing, leaders' pipelines, for instance, or discussing promotions, or looking at statistics in their own companies. So having balanced panels, it's key to have this gender credibility gap reduced from a perspective point of view, because let's remember that there is a difference of perception. And the other thing I would highlight in terms of recommendations is, we all heard at some point that what we don't measure doesn't exist. So let's measure it. And I would recommend all organizations to allocate resources to analyze the current situation. And that's a key step to understand what is going on in the organization, right? And then from there, define strategies, actions, performance indicators, measures, define schedules, and look at, inside and try to establish a program according to the existing situation. And to explore the institution transformation content developed by the European Institute for Gender Equality, where this institution transformation provides a detailed guidance for companies to take planned and coordinated steps towards organizational change and external influence even. So I think that's a good starting point. It's available and it's easy to access. And it's a matter of the companies wanted to have resources dedicated to this topic.
Superb. Philippa, thank you very much indeed. You mentioned You mentioned a few moments ago barriers to women in the profession. That is a wonderful segue into our third panelist, Laura Orcott. Laura, I've known for many years. She's now an associate director at HSE Recruitment and the Executive Network Group, and has been recruiting exclusively into the health and safety industry for the last 12 years across all sectors. She's an absolutely passionate advocate for the safety industry, but also for better and more transparent diversity and inclusion policies within the industry, and the need to attract new, fresh and exciting professionals to, simply put, help make health and safety better. Laura was nominated as one of SHP's 25 most influential people in health and safety 2020. So Laura, welcome very much to the panel. Perhaps before we move into a more general discussion, you could give us a summary of your HSE remuneration report.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much for the introduction, Lorenzo. Although I'm not sure I quite like that barriers was the segue into what I was going to talk about, but hopefully we'll get some positive stuff coming out of this as well. Yeah, as Lorenzo mentioned, we've completed a couple of reports focused around gender, focused around remuneration. For those of you that don't know me, I work in health and safety recruitment. So data is really a huge focus for us in pretty much everything that we do, because we can't refine processes and make things better and consistently improve on what we do unless we know what's gone wrong and what the actual situation is. So as someone that's very passionate about diversity and inclusion anyway, we speak a lot about this to our clients. We try and help them improve their D&I numbers, improve their inclusion policies, and we kind of have to give them some data to do that. So I'm very, very lucky that I've got a network marketing team within Executive Network Group that essentially we come up with these ideas and we tell them to go away and do all this research for us, which is fantastic. So what they did is they went and surveyed, I think it was over 500 senior safety professionals on their perceptions on gender in the health and safety world, on their perceptions of salaries, whether they were fair. And we also then broke it down into protected characteristics to try to get a better idea of what's going on out in the marketplace. So the very first survey we did was very specific on gender diversity. So it was literally looking at, percentages of women and men within the industry and whether that was a fair balance or not. And it was quite interesting, the stuff that came back from that, but I don't think unexpected. We found that over 60% of the people that we surveyed believed that there definitely was a gender imbalance within, not just the health and safety industry as a whole, but within their particular companies and environments as well. And when we kind of broke down that even further, we found that less than 20% thought that there was a fair level of female representation at a board level within the health and safety industry. So it's always good to kind of get that from the horse's mouth, but I think it probably echoes what a lot of us in the industry know and feel anyway at the moment. So then what we wanted to do is we went out after that and did this remuneration report, which looked at salaries, looked at whether people thought they were being fairly paid, and then asked people to break it down by protected characteristics as well, just to kind of further see what the issues were. Unsurprisingly, the majority of our responders were male, because that is still a huge percentage of the health and safety marketplace. Even less unsurprisingly, the majority of them were white heterosexual males. But what we found is they made up the majority of people at pretty much every level in health and safety, at advisor, manager, head of, and director level. It was predominantly male, white heterosexual males. We found that Black and Asian women were the least represented within the industry. And that was within, again, every category, every single job title, an advisor, manager, head of, and director. They were definitely the least represented. And we also found that there was a disparity, I was thinking, those that felt they were fairly remunerated for their roles and those that weren't. And what we found that at a leadership level, sort of 70% of people felt they were fairly remunerated, and that's where we saw the largest population of heterosexual white men. But when you break it down to the lower levels, where we were getting more respondents from people in different ethnicities or sexualities or genders, that's where people felt that the salaries weren't appropriate for the roles that they were doing. So that was all really, really quite interesting stuff. Hopefully, although there's a lot of negatives in there, what this helps us to do then is to change that, change what's happening. And this is the thing that we preach to our clients all the time. It's all very well and good talking about diversity and inclusion, saying, yes, we want to get more inclusive boards, and we completely understand that we need more women. But when you've got an industry that just doesn't actually have that many women at the moment, and those that are there aren't being fairly paid, I think there's a bigger challenge that we probably need to address first.
Brilliant, Laura. Thank you very much indeed. And another set of, I want to avoid the word shocking, because maybe that's not the right word to use, but insightful data from, I hope you agree, 3 fantastic panelists. But Laura, I just need to ask you a question, because this is very focused on the professionals in the industry. And if we can have a bias, as the OneWISH Foundation, we want to promote women professionals and women professionals in positions of seniority in the profession. Perhaps you could spend a moment or two to help us understand how we can utilize your data better in a recruitment process?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the key thing for us is that knowledge is half the battle. You know, like I said, it's great speaking to all these different clients and they're saying, yes, we want to increase our levels of female leaders and we want to make this a more inclusive workplace. But most of the time they don't know what the problem is. You know, they haven't actually looked at how many people are there in the industry, you know, how are they being paid? They don't know what's happening within their own companies even. You know, they're not sure, you know, as Philippa said, you know, they're not sure about the perceptions internally. So that's, you know, definitely half the battle. So the big thing that we encourage is to go away and look at that stuff first off. So absolutely go and do your internal surveys and look at the inclusion factors. That's a huge thing because it's all very well and good, again, us helping you recruit more diverse people. But if they join your company and they don't feel welcome and they don't feel included, they're not going to stick around and they're not going to get to those leadership positions. I think when we do particular recruitment processes, where the data comes in handy is it shows us what we're missing. It doesn't necessarily solve the problem the first time around, but it can really help us narrow in on it and to refine that for people as we go along. So, for example, we get a lot of people that say, okay, yeah, I want more women on my board, but they must have this very specific qualification route. They must have this very specific level of membership. They must have this much experience in industry. And what we do is we go out to market and we're able to come back with the data that says, okay, we haven't been able to provide you with any women because the data shows that women don't go that qualification route. They go a different route, or they, you know, women haven't been around in this industry long enough to get the level of experience that you require. And what that means is then we can give them some flexibility and say, okay, if you want to increase your diversity, then we need to look at other options. So rather than being really, really prescriptive and saying, okay, every single person must have an engineering degree, for example, when we know that there's an issue attracting women into STEM, we can look at other routes and we can help them bring people in that way. But there's also a big issue that comes down to brand and perception in the market, as well as internal perceptions. And again, that's kind of what the data can show is when we're going out, we can say, okay, well, we approached this many people that fit the profile that you're looking for, you know, that were perhaps, you know, a woman in a particular area or whatever it is, but they weren't interested in joining you. And these are the reasons why. And that can often be a branding issue and a perception. So a great example of someone who has kind of tried to address that is someone like Kia, who have gone out and they've been involved in pride parades for the last sort of, you know, 6 years. And that's a really, really big thing where when you speak to people about Kia, they go, oh, okay, I know they're more inclusive because I see them and I see what they're doing. So again, that data just allows us to kind of help them with that perception issue and maybe give them some pointers on how we can kind of address the balance.
Thanks very much, Laura. I suffered a connectivity problem just for the last 2 or 3 seconds of that connection. So sorry if I looked blank to everybody.
That's okay. You've heard me talk about this many times, so it's no problem.
As a keen amateur male ally, perhaps you could give me 1 or 2 top tips for fair and unbiased recruitment.
Yeah, absolutely. So there are, you know, there's no, I don't think, definitive perfect way of getting this right. What we can do is just try and tweak it a little bit. Even the little steps at the moment are going to make a huge difference. So there are 2 schools of thought on, you know, when you're putting your jobs out there and you're asking people to apply. One school of thought is that to get rid of unconscious bias entirely, you need to get rid of CVs. You need to not see people's names. Because CVs and names, they give it away. You know, we know what gender they are. We can often guess what ethnicity they are. Even if you take names off CVs, we can kind of go back and look at, okay, where did they go to school? You know, what sort of companies have they been through? Even the way that they write a CV sometimes will give away who they are. So one school of thought is let's do away with that altogether. And let's just ask people to answer competency questions and explain to us what they've done that's relevant. And there have been some people like HS2 have done some projects on this, and that's been, you know, really successful. And they've found that has addressed it a little bit. We've gone a different way with it with some of our clients, where we've made things completely transparent. So we use video interviewing. So a lot of times clients say, well, hang on, if it's a video interview, I can tell straight away that they're a woman or they're a certain ethnicity. So how does this help unconscious bias? But what we do is, again, we use the data behind those. So we can see if they've got a hiring manager looking, and we've sent them 5 profiles, 4 of whom were white men and 1 of whom wasn't. We can see if for those 4 white male videos, they watched them all the way through. But for the other one, who's maybe a woman or a different ethnicity, they maybe only watch the first 30 seconds. We can get that kind of data, and we can then report that back to the client and say, okay, we've got an issue with your hiring team. And again, to us, that's just more about knowledge is power. You know, the more information we have about the issues you have in your recruitment process, the easier it's going to be for us to help you. And then another big thing is just, I think companies forget to look at the way that they approach people and how they find people. So an example I always use is we were speaking to a client a few years ago who said, I really want to hire more women, but they're not even applying for my jobs. Literally don't see them. I don't know how to get to them. And we found out that they only ever advertise by putting an advert in the back of the Guardian newspaper. So so you've got, you know, that's quite an easy fix. We say, well, the problem is that, you know, there's a particular readership sometimes for these things, and a lot of women aren't even seeing the adverts in the first place. So again, that's just another really, really easy fix that we can look at is, okay, well, how are you approaching people and where are you advertising? And often little tweaks there will give you more people that you're looking for. Again, those 2 things are not going to fix the problem entirely, but it's going to make a start.
They're a good first steps.
Exactly. Yeah.
Superb. Laura, thank you very much indeed. And in fact, all panelists, thank you very much for your comprehensive introduction to the data and evidence in your particular spheres of influence in gender and diversity in the health and safety field. I'm a little conscious of time, so for the plenary session, maybe I'll just ask 1 or 2 questions. And Sarah, if you don't mind, I'd like to direct the first question to you initially, but Philippa and Laura, please interject. I'm interested in how advanced, all of you as the panel, how advanced you feel is the research in the areas of gender and diversity in the health and safety field. Sarah, perhaps you'd like to comment first.
Thanks, Lorenzo. I don't think it is. I'm not an expert. We are very much starting out on the basis of what we found from the World Risk Bowl and other conversations to explore this. But we always start with some desk research, and we look at published literature, we look at the grey literature, so what, you know, sort of audits, reports from other organisations, not just what's available in academic research. And we've not found a huge amount there. But as I said in my introduction, we expect that there's a huge issue there. So, you know, very interested to hear from the audience today whether actually you feel that there is a body of research there and we've just not found it. But I don't think it is. That's our conclusion at the foundation. So I'd be interested to know what the other panelists think.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. I think you're probably right. I wondered, Philippa, if you had any observations on how advanced research is.
Yeah, so yes, I think that it's not too advanced, actually. We still are missing a lot of data around this topic. And one of the things that we discussed very much during, you know, the analysis of the data from our study is that we usually say diversity, equity, and inclusion, right? And we put it all together. However, it's quite different between the 3 areas. So how each area is performing in the health and safety profession may differ, and that's another topic that we still need data. We still need to investigate more. So I would not say that is an advanced amount of data or analysis made so far, and also because I think if we go deeper on this, we will be able to justify and confirm the case for investment. Why companies need to invest on this? I think we still are missing data around investment and around the social value of this, investment that companies can do around diversity, equity, and inclusion in their organizations. So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, Philippa. I couldn't agree more. There's immediately a follow-up question, Philippa, and maybe I'll stay with you for a moment. It appears, therefore, that the field is not particularly attractive to academics and researchers. Do you think we could do more to start that engagement with the more formal researchers?
Definitely, I think we can do more. I don't know if it's not attractive by, researchers or mentors of researchers. And that is an interesting thing, is because, we see also some differences in approaches when we look at the generations. So if we think that the most senior mentors on researchers could be, I don't know, from a different context or social context, and different generation from the new researchers that can be even young students, for instance. I think that can be a challenge, because usually students look for mentors that are interested in researching for these topics. So yes, definitely we can do more. And also the private sector, companies, we can do more. For instance, providing scholarships, or using the many companies have foundations, and I'm sure we are doing a lot around this, but we still can do more, definitely.
Super, Philippa, thank you for that response. I would love to draw Sarah and Laura back in, as there are many, many more follow-up questions that would come from your insight, not least, how can the health and safety professional help with the development of future research? But I'm afraid, panel, thank you very much for your contributions. Unbelievably, we're out of time already. To delegates at the conference, I know we will make available links to some of the data, evidence and reports from all three colleagues on the OneWISH website. But with that, please accept my grateful thanks for your contributions today. And Melissa, I hand back to you.
Thank you so much, Lorenzo and panelists, for that really informative discussion. I think, we can go on for a couple more hours on these topics and questions, and what we need to do and how we support businesses in this space. I really think we can only really make changes if we are informed, and that includes the data and information on what's happening locally, regionally, and globally. So to take Laura's quote, knowledge is half the battle. So thanks again, panelists. Good. So we'll now move on to our final session for this first half of our event. One of our OneWISH Executive Committee members, Tamara Paris, will engage a discussion with two rising stars to share their personal stories around biases and challenges women in health and safety face. Tamara is no stranger to events like these, as the host of her own podcast series, The Safety View and Women in Safety. Tamara knows I'm a huge fan of her podcast. Tamara is a VP of Community and Business Development at Saferpedia, and really has a vision to aid and facilitate the public voice of health and safety professionals and organizations that value creating safe and healthy workspaces. Tamara's passion comes through all the time. So really glad that Tamara is here to have this conversation with Bobby and Joanne. So I'll hand over to you, Tamara.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you for that warm introduction, and welcome, audience, and everybody listening on YouTube. It's great to have you with us today. We've got a great conversation in store for you, and joining us today is Bobby Grant and Joanne Chalanga. And they're both participants of the ROSPA and L'Oreal Leading Safely for Women program. It's part of their Safe at Work, Safe at Home program that's in association with OneWISH. This program is meant to help women from all around the world, to encourage them to be more visible and take opportunities such as these today to share their stories. So welcome, Joanne. I understand you're from You're the OHS officer from Titanium Limited. Ask you to share a little bit about that in a moment. And Bobby, you're the global senior EHS manager from Thermo Fisher and Scientific. So we're really looking to get into this discussion so we can understand some of the biases and challenges that women in our health and safety field are facing. But before we get started, maybe we can ask you both to share a little bit about yourself. Joanne, why don't you kick that off for us?
Thank you, Tamara, and it's such a pleasure to be in this session with the amazing gent and women as we celebrate International Women's Day. I'm Joan Chelangat, environment, health and safety professional for over 5 years of experience in the field. I'm currently occupational health and safety officer at a mining company here in Kenya, based Titanium Limited. And I was privileged recently to be part of the IOSH Leading Safely program for women for the second cohort. And I'm looking forward to our discussions.
Bobby, can you share a little bit about yourself and how you got started in health and safety also?
Sure. So I'm Bobby Grant. So going back to 1997 when I left university, I started out as a health and safety manager's secretary, working at a large local top tier agrochemical plant. And the EHS manager asked me what I wanted to do. And I said, I wanted to sit that side of the desk. So he said, okay, we can do that, you know. So he put me through the NEBOSH certificate, you know, and halfway through that, I was made redundant. So at 21, I was devastated. So, you know, I carried on doing the course, moved to another company. And since then, I've stayed with that company for the last 25 years. We've bought out many, you know, companies, they've bought us, but I've always held like an EHS position within sales, service, support, worked at chemical manufacturing plants for the life science industry. So now I'm the senior EHS global lead for the field service organization at Thermo Fisher Scientific.
Right. Well, you know, I'd like to take a moment and ask you to think back on your journey where you are now. As a woman in safety, what would you identify as, say, the one biggest bias or challenge that really stands out in your mind that you've had to face over the years? Bobby, why don't you kick that off for us?
Sure. So I think for me, it's perception, the way people see you and stereotype you. So I think, you know, it's clear we've all kind of experienced some form of gender bias, you know, in most organizations in like one form or another. But over the years, for me, there's just been too many times when, you know, especially like when I first started with an EHS, it's a very white, middle class, male dominated role. You know, every seminar I went to was surrounded by men. And I remember distinctly, you know, even when I was so young that, you know, someone asked me, you know, to get some sugar for the tea. You know, I was young, I was blonde. And even that at that age, I remember being shocked that they just saw me as that woman that could just get the tea. You know, I couldn't possibly be there, you know, for any other reason. And then, you know, other times I've had like, you know, working abroad, building a big distribution center, you know, I've had like firsthand of experience of men actually venting in my face, you know, what Sarah was saying, you know, before, actually venting their frustration in my face about what did I know about safety in distribution places. And again, even more so with working from men from different cultures, languages and backgrounds, you know, I very much doubt they would have ever done that to a, you know, a male counterpart there. So I actually dyed my hair brown at, you know, I felt like I needed to do that, you know, just so that, you know, just to try and do something for people to take me serious, you know, and I did feel that there was a, you know, a distinct change of the way people kind of addressed me, you know, so we're really stereotyping, you know, all the time. And I also get it with my name. So with my name being Bobby, you know, on emails, even now, you know, people still think that they're automatically addressing someone male. Yet then when they, you know, they meet me in person or I'm on Zoom, they ask for Bobby. And I'm like, you know, that's me, you know, hi, you know, and they're like, oh, you know, oh, I wasn't expecting you to be a woman. And it's like, and it takes them a while, you know, for that to sink in. So for me, it's around perception, really.
Absolutely. I get you. It's quite a challenging water, especially for those of us with blonde hair. You're right. There are such stereotypes that people look. And when I was younger, my hair was blonder. But the good news is it does go darker as you get older, so you won't have to dye it.
It goes a bit grayer now.
Yeah. Joanne, what's your experience been?
For me, it's the issue of gender credibility gap and inclusion. Feeling that probably the opinions and your ideas and your values are not kind of integrated, and consequently led me to struggling with imposter syndrome, which really put me down in terms of self-confidence, just doubting my ability, and really questioning, am I really good enough? Just the questions around just doubting myself, which really came in affecting the way I was able to achieve my potential and being my true self and giving my best self. Yes, until now the leading safely came in, and it has been a life-changing for me.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely the stereotypes that are typically thrown are quite the hurdles for sure. And I hear what you're saying, Joanne, about the imposter syndrome, self-doubt, especially when it starts to come when you're young at the kickoff, like Bobby was saying, what do you even know about safety? I think that's an experience, Bobby, that a lot of us share with you, sadly. Even if we did go and have the same education background. But do you think that these experiences have helped influence you to be the safety professional you are today? Joanne, what's your thought around that to kick that off?
Okay, at first it could be a bit hard because now self-doubt kicking in and you not being able to reach your potential. But over time, if you really work on it, for example, the way leading safely really helped me, because that was a working area for me with my mentor, Michelle, and being able to really realize that this is exactly the problem and receiving some of the key kind of areas you can work on to alleviate the situation. It has really helped me, especially in terms of networking, being able to be true to myself, and just being able to reach my potentials in general. Yeah.
And Bobby, what could you share from your experiences? How do you think it's influenced you as a professional today?
So I guess it made me dig in more. I'm some kind of like a warrior, basically, really independent, quick to act. I get things done. I roll my sleeves up. I get my hands dirty. I get involved. And my development was always to kind of give her more, always, to do more, to work harder, through that sheer grit and determination, and not necessarily getting any financial or real, progression from it. So I think on reflection, I've always been given more work to churn out, but never had really great managers who have enhanced, any specific skills. What Alex was saying before, about those leadership skills and people management, and helping me to get to that next level. It just wasn't ever talked about, and I think from being made redundant at such a young age in the past, I was always really focused on just keeping my job, just getting my head down, just doing it, so it's, so that I think that's influenced me, quite a lot, over the years.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think the fear factor also is one of the challenges. It's not just the biases and the stereotypes and everything that we're dealing with, but also the fear factor, like losing your job is a real fear. Did you want to talk a little bit more about those type of things?
So it is with recessions that we've gone through over the years, it's, you worry about jumping from one job to another, you worry about taking on too much because you're a mother, and you've got family to look after. So it's, you do worry about being, a superwoman, and taking on too much. But you know, you can do it. You can, you know, you can prioritize and get things done and say no to things. We're always saying, yeah, we can do it all. But, you know, if we really sit back and we, you know, we have that, you know, personality of the queen, we just, you know, we can say no and we can get things done. But you don't realize that when you're young.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, it was interesting when I did how you're treated from when you're single to then when you are a parent, and the stereotype that goes around that, you know, being told that you should stay home with the children was something I also experienced. Joanne, what about you? What kind of fears did you have to navigate through?
Mostly it had to be the fear of someone looking down upon you and really doubting, yes, you are a young woman in health and safety, but do you really know health and safety? Can you really do this? Yeah. And now kind of that also really taking it seriously from my end and kind of mirroring what their doubts. Now I ended up doubting my fear. Those are some of the things I've been feeling has been a challenge.
And I guess one thing our audience might be thinking about is, did you find any tips or tricks that you could share with them to kind of get out of your own head and get over the challenges? Did either of you have any thoughts on that you wanted to share?
Lately, since I've done the Rossborough and L'Oreal Leading Safely course, that's given me the confidence to move to that next level that I thought, you know, wasn't achievable. And obviously, you know, that's taken me an incredible long time to get to, you know, from getting my hands dirty into the role that I'm in now with, you know, having direct reports. I think also having a mentor in Malcolm Staves, you know, he was assigned to me after the course. That was a great soundboard to discuss the challenges that I was, you know, facing and thinking, you know, and whether I was good enough. So that was really great. So I think that's helped me really over the last, you know, nearly 2 years now. You know, so I think just focusing really on where you want to go and what you want to do is also having a vision of, you know, and setting some goals to get there as well, I think would help.
For me, there are several, through the IWD Leading Safely Women program and my assigned mentor, Michelle, she was able to share some of the tips that helped her going through the similar challenge I had. Apparently, it's actually most women go through the issue of imposter syndrome. For me, she gave me 3 key points. The first one was being true to self. So I had to kind of self-reflect, self-analyze, and understand what are my values, and these are, and just sticking by them. And another point she gave me was more on networking and connecting, which also helped. The IWD Leading Safely also helped to connect with the women who are on this program, and the women that have met, not necessarily women only, even the men I've met in the safety field, just sharing ideas, understanding everyone's journey. And another key point was just being clear on your role and morals. These 3 points have been guiding for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you know, it's very important that as women also we're sharing with one another what have we found to be the experience, as well as what have we found to help us through. And I think that's one of the great things about the program that you guys are in, is that it's not only about the mentor and mentee relationship, but you also have a relationship with the other mentees, don't you?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. So we meet sometimes, you know, on I think it's a monthly basis, and you know, we just literally catch up and we tell each other what's changed and what's happening. So that's really nice to see everybody developing, and we've got each other as a, you know, as that good soundboard.
And what would you say from those relationships you guys have gained through the program? Because that's important also. Joanne, did you have?
Yeah. Okay, the questions are really been instrumental in regards to growth, being able to share each other's experience. We normally have coffee catch-ups with the other mentees in the program, and it's quite comforting knowing that we actually go through similar challenges, and you will only know that through sharing and understanding each other's journey and just growing together and learning together.
I'm glad that you shared that these are experiences that we actually all face, because I think a lot of the times when we're at home, alone in bed, etc., we get in our own heads that I'm the only one who's going through this. And then when you do start talking to other people, even Malcolm Staves has admitted to me that, you know, sometimes he has his own doubts, and he's a high power executive at L'Oreal. And I always think, well, if you can have doubts, then it's normal for me to have doubts too. So those are such important relationships. Now, we are coming to the end of our session today, but I just wanted to ask you, before we go, did you have any closing thoughts that you wanted to share with our listeners?
Yeah, so I think, you know, bias is all around us, and either consciously or subconsciously, you know, we categorize gender and what we look like and what we wear, you know, and our profession. And I think it's important to realize our own hidden prejudices and biases and break them. So if you're in the same situation now where, you know, you're on your own, you know, it's too easy to keep on with that daily grind, you know, churning out work, being superwoman and not getting the recognition you deserve. So I think, you know, right now women have got, you know, never had more access to those opportunities and power than we do right now. So, you know, set clear boundaries and a vision of what you want. Don't be afraid, you know, to ask for help, reach out, do the course, network. And you know, you'll have that a good, you know, that women to be able to support you doing that.
Bobby has pretty covered most of the things. Just to add on that, remember to keep sharing your experiences and giving an opportunity for other women to lean in.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Wonderful discussion. Thank you, ladies, so much. And, you know, great advice. Set boundaries, be true to yourself, and live by your principles. Those are the things that I know the two women who have just joined us on the screen do themselves, and look how successful they've come. So that's great advice that both Joanne and Bobby gave you today. And so we have some guests. Welcome, Karen and Louise. What do you have to share with us? You have a surprise.
Hi, Tamara. Yeah, I'm going to hand over to Karen in a second because this is really exciting. But just to say, it's so great to see Bobby and Joanne. And, you know, I remember you coming into the first Leading Safely session that I took. And you're, you know, I've seen you grow in confidence. I've watched you become more visible. I've seen you taking on more, you know, you've pushed on your comfort zones and your comfort zones have got bigger, which is exactly what this, you know, the program that we've been working with is aimed to achieve. And basically we took because I love doing the IOSH Leading Safely course. I think it's great, and I've taken a lot of executives and directors through it, but we kind of switched it around a little bit to be aimed at women and aimed at females in the health and safety professional world, to show you that you are good enough. And the mentoring that has gone on afterwards has created some fantastic relationships. And, you know, as Karen will say, we make friends in this profession for life. But we've got a very special announcement to make off the back of all of this. I'm going to hand over to Karen.
Well, hi, really good to be able to be with you in this early afternoon slot. Really appreciative of the time. Louise and I are joining you immediately after the L'Oreal Leading Safely for Women programme webinar. So we're certainly celebrating International Women's Day today. And I know that you'll have been inspired by Bobby and Joan's sharing their experiences, supported and encouraged by Tamara. And Bobby, you mentioned, you know, like sort of churning it out and feeling like sometimes like a little bit of a machine within OSH World, you know. So we've been hopefully through having these Women's International Women's Day events, giving people a chance to pause and reflect and reset around and about why we do what we do and how we can encourage people to do things differently, and that whole piece about being visible and connected. So why am I here? I know that's far too philosophical a question for this time in the day, but really it's just to take a few minutes to share with you the women who've been shortlisted in the Inspiring Women in Safety Award, sponsored by L'Oreal. This is a new award being made to an individual who's made a significant impact in the world's health, safety and well-being. And this can relate to activities within the workplace or by use of their skills and expertise beyond the workplace. So the judges have considered a considerable long list of women and shortlisted the following 6 women as sources of inspiration. And I'm going to give you these in alphabetical order by Christian name. So Anna Vine, Associate Director at CBRE, Carolyn Smith, Director of Health, Safety and Wellbeing at the VPS Group, Fran Collison, Safety Director at Aramark UK, Karen Godfrey, Regional Safety, Health and Environment Manager at Morgan Sindall Construction and Infrastructure Limited in Construction, Yorkshire North East, Kat Parsons, Interim Head of Health, Safety, Environment and Quality, Professional Services and Technology, ISS Facility Services Limited, and Perla Kuna, the Health and Safety Coordinator at Integrated Packing Services. They've been advised of the shortlisting, and when they were advised, more than one of these women has emphasised the role of their team and teamwork, which again is a great attribute of an inspiring woman. So the winner of the L'Oreal Inspiring Women in Safety Award will be announced tomorrow. So watch this space, share her success and encourage more people from around the world to engage with this programme, because you've heard from Louise, it changes everybody that's involved with it. So please do encourage people in your network to engage and join Bobby and Joanne in sharing those messages as the year progresses. So thanks very much indeed.
Thank you, Karen. That's great. Congratulations to those nominees. Thank you. I'm going to invite Melissa back up on the stage, our MC, because I think it's time for the next session, isn't it?
Well, actually, we're going to be heading off for lunch. So good. So thanks so much, Tamara, Bobby, and Joanne, for that inspiring session. It's really good, you know, to hear personal stories. So I think, you know, it's been an amazing first half of our event today. You know, we've heard about the bigger picture around ED&I, the value and importance of data. Then we talked specifically about the health and safety sector, and Lorenzo and the panelists provided some really further insights on what the data is telling us. And, you know, as Laura has said, knowledge is half the battle. And then we heard from 2 inspiring young ladies, Joanne and Bobby, on their career journeys. And then that great announcement of the finalists for the RASPER Award. So, you know, really great to see that opportunity to recognize and encourage women in the profession, because I think it also helps to energize and motivate the younger generation and really help us to have the future of that profession. So great. We actually have an extra 10 minutes, so a 40 minutes lunch break. So do join us back at 12:45 London time, where we will be going into our second half of our today's event, and we'll be kicking off with the female presidents panel at that time. So we hope to see you there, and as well as have others joining us from the US side. as well, because I think the furthest person was someone I saw from New Zealand. So hopefully we do get to span across all of the time zones by the time we hit the end of our event today. So with that, I just want to say thanks again for everyone. So Alex, Lorenzo, Laura, the panelists. Louise, are you raising your hand? You want to say something?
Yeah, no, I was just saying it's been a really great morning, and I'm so excited for those shortlisted nominees and, you know, the whole award program. And yeah, it's been a really phenomenal morning. So I hope we're going to continue to inspire as we go into the President's panel, which is not to be missed because it was an excellent discussion.
Yeah, totally agree. So yeah, so thanks again, Tamara and the others for a really great discussion, and see you all in 40 minutes. Thanks, everyone. Okay, then we'll be starting in 1 minute. Just waiting for a couple more people to rejoin after lunch break. Okay, it's 12:45 London time, so I think we'll start. So just, Anne, can you hear me? Excellent, good, thanks. So welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a good break and was able to grab something to eat and also get to reflect on the amazing session we had for the first half. I know we've been posting on LinkedIn and it's streaming live on YouTube as well. So looking forward to this second half, and I hope everyone is. There's some really great presentations and discussions coming up for the second half. Sorry about that. Okay, so we kick off with our second panel discussion, this time with the 5 female presidents of professional membership organizations, which I believe is the first time in history this has been the case. Our very own OneWISH chair, Anne, will moderate this panel discussion. So Anne Gardner Aston is an experienced HSC leader and strategic health and safety consultant. She started her career in 1996 as an environmental health officer, but soon specialized within the field of occupational health and safety, leading to her current role of Director of Health and Safety at Canal and River Trust. She has a particular passion for people-centered health and safety and now works with organizations to design forward-thinking health and safety strategies and governance frameworks, which encourage staff to be part of the solution to occupational safety and health issues. And as I mentioned, Anne is the current chair of the OneWISH Coalition. So now I'll hand over to Anne for her panel discussion with the 5 presidents of health and safety professional networks. Over to you, Anne.
Thank you, Melissa. I think we've got a session coming through on the pre-record. Hello and welcome to this really exciting President's Panel, where we're going to introduce you to some amazing female leaders in the world of health and safety. So excited. My name's Anne Gardner Aston and I am the chair of OneWISH, and it's my absolute pleasure to welcome 5 really influential women to this panel discussion. They're all fantastic advocates for women in our profession and all have a story to tell about how they've advanced up the career ladder, how they've overcome challenges and biases, the theme for this year's International Women's Day, and how they're committed also to encouraging more women into the profession at the start of their career, and also those who are looking to make a positive change in their own field, who are maybe midway through their career or even thinking of a career change. So it's absolutely fantastic to welcome you all here today. So without further ado, I will introduce everybody as they are on my screen. Firstly, we have Crystal Agus, President of the Canadian Society of Safety Engineers. Crystal has 20 years of industry experience under her belt and the last 10 years managing a successful consulting firm. Welcome, Crystal.
Thank you.
Next, Next, we welcome Julie Barrett, who is the President of the Chartered Institute of Environmental Health. Julie is both an EHO, an Environmental Health Officer, and a barrister, and has been employed as the Director of the Chartered Institute of Environmental Health in Wales before opening her own legal training company. It's fantastic to welcome you, Julie.
Thank you very much.
Thirdly, on my screen, we've got Ruth Denyer, who is the co-president of the International Institute of Risk and Safety Management. Ruth is the director of production safety at Netflix currently, and has previously been group operational risk director at ITV, which is a television company in the UK. Welcome, Ruth. Our fourth panel member is the IOSH president and OneWISH co-founder, I might add, Louise Hosking. Louise took over the IOSH presidency in November 2021, having previously served as vice president for a couple of years. She started her health and safety journey as an environmental health officer as well, as did I, in fact, and she moved on to health and safety in the commercial property industry, and then started her own health and safety consultancy firm back in 2005. Welcome, Louise.
Thank you, Anne.
And last, but by no means least, we're delighted to have with us Christine Sullivan, who is President-elect of the American Society of Safety Professionals, all the way over the pond. Christine is a Senior Vice President and Risk Control Director at Sampo International and has nearly 30 years of safety and health experience under her belt. Welcome, Christine. It's so lovely to see you.
Thank you, Anne.
So a huge welcome to you all. I'm so grateful for you joining us today, because I think you've got so much experience. I don't even want to begin to calculate how many years of health and safety and associated practice we have on this panel, but I do know there's probably not a lot that hasn't crossed our desk over the course of our numerous years. So hopefully we can bring that wisdom to the panel discussion today. So without further ado, I'd like to kick off with hopefully a bit of a straightforward question, which sort of calls on all the experience that we've had. I'm interested to know how your presidency is going. I mean, some people have been in the presidency longer than others, but I would find it really interesting to know how you think it's going at the moment, what your plans are for the future, and what you're hoping to achieve during your term as president or president-elect, as Christine is at the moment, moving into the presidency in due course. So if I take my rota round, like I was introduced you all earlier. So Crystal, would you like to tell us first of all how your presidency is going?
Quickly. That's the easiest way to put it, is it's going quickly. And if I thought when I was younger that time moved fast, wow, put yourself in a leadership position with, we've got a new CEO. Same time Louise stepped into her position, we got a new CEO. At that time, we also got new bylaws. And one of the things I'm hoping to bring in is a new governance structure. We're moving to a more of a self-governance model, modeling ourselves much like the ASSP, our neighbors to the south. So to answer succinctly, it's moving very quickly, and there's a couple of things. I'm looking to bring stability to the governance. I'm looking to bring in a diverse and I dare I say nurturing type of governance structure, whereby we are looking for identifying our future leaders and putting pathways and streams in place in our own governance structure and within our organization to nurture those people up through the ranks and groom them to be the future leaders.
Fantastic. That sounds amazing. Ambitious, but do you think?
Just a little.
Yeah,
a little. But you know something, if you don't try and you don't, sometimes the goalposts move. Mm-hmm. But if you don't have the goalposts, you don't really know where you're going, or you don't really know how are you going to know when you're there? You know, so those things are so important. Ambitious, of course. we're women.
Fantastic. Why not? Brilliant. Thank you for that, Crystal. Julie, how's your presidency going?
I'm very sorely tempted to say what Crystal said and leave it at that. It is flashing past. I can't believe 12 months has gone. When I started, I had some plans for what I wanted to do. As Crystal, we had a new CEO at the same time as I started and a new chair of the board of trustees. So we had to find each other first and then find out what our plans were jointly and severally. I have to say, in fairness to the new CEO, he's very much given me my head and said, make of the presidency what you want, which has been lovely. And it's allowed me to do exactly what I think the president should be doing, which is leading from the front, being very visible and doing things that our members value. So similarly to Crystal, we are looking at helping people. And I've put in place a mentor scheme. 3 levels: students, middle managers, and those moving out of what are traditional places, local government, out into self-employment, so that members can help members. Very much the theme of my presidency is engaging with members, and that's what I'm trying to do. And moving forward, we're looking at more ways of engaging in the year coming up.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And as one of those members, it's obviously quite nice to hear, and I'm sure Louise would echo that as well. It's nice to have the president reach out and sort of speak to you personally in a way. So fantastic. Thank you very much for that, Julie. Ruth.
Hi. So equally, not being the co-president for very long, just slightly differently, I am co-president with someone called Callum, and we've decided to do this together because we felt we could have more impact, both of us doing this, than individually trying to manage our jobs and presidencies. So the thing that we are really focused on is the objective of RRSM, which is about education in risk understanding and skills for the population that we integrate with, and also for a broader than just the UK, kind of looking at that international element, and hoping that we can help the very small team that are the management team at RRSM and the people who deliver on it with ideas, innovations, our support to deliver on that promise, because it's a really, really key part of how we will have impact in the workplace. And I think it's really, really important that we build up these skills. So for us, that's the focus, and how we do that is going to play out over the next period of time.
Excellent. I look forward to seeing how that goes. Brilliant. How about you, Louise? How's it all going? It's not been long. But...
No, it hasn't. And I have to say that Crystal is, yeah, I could have said almost exactly the same thing. And I think there's probably an interesting discussion about whether female presidents coming in looking at governance seems to be a theme, I think, and that's certainly something that's at the heart of my presidency. So when I became president back in November, I already knew that my theme was going to be around people, sustainability, and putting heart into health and safety. So it's driving that message forward that, you know, we're in this incredible period of change, and actually we need to put our people first, and their psychological and their physical health and safety, so that they can step up and take hold of all of these challenges that's facing the world at the moment. And we've got a fantastic campaign that's running all alongside that called Catch the Wave, which is all around how we articulate what we do in a different way and harness modern leadership skills to create value around what we do. So I'm a keen EDI champion, of course, and OneWISH has always been part of that, looking at language. Like you, Crystal, for me, governance is massively important, and people are sick of me saying good governance pathways. And so again, just like you, we're looking at, we have a council within IWD which consists of elected members, and we've created some teams within that who we've always been very good at assurance, but actually driving forward on new ideas that are very member-led, so that we're looking to create the next trend, and working very closely alongside business and tier one partners such as the ILO, ESA, Commonwealth, and the World Health Organization. So yeah, it's and also as my friend, one of my colleagues would say to me from OneWISH, I'm definitely drinking from a fire hose. So yeah, it's an interesting challenge.
Yes, and quite a significant one as well. I think you've not left yourself short of anything to do, I suspect. And interesting that you talk about the skills of the profession and what might be needed in the future. And I think we'll probably touch on a little bit of that later on. It's a very fascinating topic. Christine, how's it going? How do you predict that it's going to go?
Well, so my presidency doesn't start till July 1st, right? So as president-elect this year, it's interesting what everybody here has said, governance has been a big focus for ASSP this year, right? And we are actually in the process right now of going through an election with our House of Delegates regarding our governance. So that election ends mid-March, and we'll be really interested to see how that comes up. Kind of looking forward, I've always been a big believer in mentoring young professionals, and I think that's really important in helping them understand their role, how do they move forward in their career. And as a female president and a female leader in an organization, I think it's really important to help people understand, male and female actually, that it's possible to have a leadership role as well as a family, because that's something I hear all the time. How do you do this with a family? I think the other thing too is, Louise mentioned all the things going on in the world, and safety professionals 2 years, right? And our people know what a safety professional is and does. And I think it's important that we continue to increase, the visibility and the value of our profession within corporations.
Yeah, amen to that. No, that sounds fantastic and a very, very nice focus for the coming year, definitely. And a lot of what you've just said has resonated quite a lot. So there's a diversity of thought there, but there's also some themes, I think, coming through that we can see the need for. And I wonder whether that's, partly driven by our own career challenges, our own experience of bias, etc. I mean, we talk about governance, is it because the traditional model of governance has not maybe worked for us, or we can see some limitations to it. So it would be interesting to explore a bit of that in due course. But I'm interested to hear now, I mean, we are all in a prominent and pretty influential position. And we're all role models for people. I suppose we have been for a number of years as we've sort of become more visible perhaps to other people. And I'm keen to hear who your role models were as you were kind of coming through, and has anybody stood out for you as somebody that's given you inspiration or has influenced the journey that you've taken, the direction that you took? So I'll throw it over in reverse order now. So Christine, do you want to come in on that one first?
All right. This is a tough question. I've had so many role models, so many mentors throughout my career that it's hard to just say this person is the one. I currently work for a gentleman who was my first boss in the safety industry. He's actually the reason I'm in the industry. I worked for him for about a year, and now 28, 29 years later, I'm working for him again. So it's absolutely fascinating because we've kept that mentor relationship for 25 years. And I think that he is a very big part of that. But when I look at ASSP, I think the female leaders of ASSP, whether they were on the board or just leaders in general of different parts of the organization, have really been role models for me, right? They supported me, they pushed me, they encouraged me throughout my career, really to stretch myself and to think about what I could be. Faye Feeney, who was never the president of ASSP, but was the chair of the ASSP Foundation. She always pushed me, think big, help, and really pushed me to, understand, hey, you can do great things. You're really good at what you do. Trish Ennis, who was a past president of ASSP, as well as a foundation chair. Trish and I were both from Colorado, or in Colorado at the same time. And she really was a great sounding board for me as I kind of embraced different roles within ASSP, whether it was the VP of Professional Development or Finance, both roles she had prior to me. as well as this this current role of president. You know, she's just been that sounding board to help me understand some of the issues and things I should be thinking about. Anyway, there's so many others I could name, you know, that have helped me on this journey. Even you guys on the call, right? It's just there's so many people that have been part of what I look at from a role model standpoint.
And so those role models, did they? I mean, you mentioned, you know, some of the things that they brought to your consciousness, perhaps, you know, some of the work that they'd done. Was there anything around their skill set in particular? I mean, you maybe sort of, I don't know, listening, picking up on things as you spoke. Did you feel like they had any particular skill sets that made them like that? So for my first mentor that I mentioned that I currently work for, it was just really the supportiveness, that supportive encouragement, and wanting to see me do my best, right? And being that person that can do the best. You know, I look at Faye, and Faye taught me about things with sustainability and things that I really didn't understand or know at that point in my career, and really understand the importance, you know, when I was working with her on other stuff. So I think it's just a little bit of everything, but it's more that support, you know, that person that's just there that wants to see you achieve your best. Yes. Yeah. And I think that's important, isn't it, for a mentor or an inspiration? They've got your back, and, you know, there's no competition, there's no side to it, is there? There's just everybody striving for the same thing. That's really interesting. Thank you, Christine. Louise, how about you?
Yeah, no, I love all of what Christine was saying, and I think, like her, you have different role models as you go through your journey. I think when I was younger, I had a great aunt who was a naval, who was in the Navy in the war, and my grandmother built munitions in a factory at that time. And I remember, I mean, they're long gone, unfortunately, now, but I remember when I was younger, they really inspired me. And I think that's where you know, I definitely think within my family there's strong female genes, you know, and those people definitely gave me strength. I think within, one of the things I've heard recently around health and safety is, you know, how can we support members and people within the profession affected by the profession of different social statuses. And certainly I came from quite a working class background, and I wasn't expected to go on to university, but I had people at the time who encouraged me to do that. And actually just getting into environmental health can be, which Julie will probably mention, it can be quite challenging. So I think, you know, I had people around me at that time to just say, you know, just keep going. And I think it's harder, you know, it definitely gets harder as you progress, but you know, the networks that, you know, we've created over time, and just feeling like you can pick up the phone to anybody now, you know, makes a huge difference. Karen McDonnell was the last IWD female president 6 years ago. So she's been a huge influence. And then, you know, you've got people on the world stage like, you know, Jacinda from New Zealand, and, you know, her strength in communication, and that you can be empathetic, you can be caring, and you can bring all of those, you know, skills into a leadership role that has a more nurturing style, and actually that's okay. So yeah, I think there's a lot of people that we are influenced by, and isn't it fantastic that actually we're all accessible? So yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that what you just described, you sort of draw strength. I mean, we had a little bit of a chat about imposter syndrome earlier, didn't we? Which may well again come out. But I think when you see women on the world stage like that, they may well be, you know, exactly the same as us. You know, they may look at themselves and wake up every morning and think, oh, what now? You know, how am I going to manage this? But, you know, they go out, they've got their game face on, and, you know, we can draw strength from that, I think, because it's absolutely doable, isn't it? Super. Ruth, how about yourself?
This is such a hard question, because when you look back, there are so many people that have influenced kind of the way you are today. And so I I land on one person who's really had the most impact on me today, and she was my manager at ITV for about 5 years. She was the company secretary, talking of governance. So I have a very good understanding of governance now, but she just was an incredible person to work for because she gave me the freedom to be the most impactful person I could be and helped me work out how to navigate the stuff that isn't safety. Because actually the safety stuff and the health stuff and the risk stuff, the technical bit was the easy bit. That how do you make that really work in a global organization in a boardroom? How do you get the language right and land things in the right way? I just count myself as so lucky to have worked for someone who would spend the time working with me on that, but also build my understanding, because it means you can achieve so much more. And it's kind of where my passion for other people understanding the language of risk and all those things come from, in that you can see it's different if you can speak in the way you need to have impact. And I don't think we're exposed to that enough. Maybe in the profession, and maybe also as females, we don't get that window as much as we might have otherwise. So she would be Helen would be my top person, but there are so many others.
Yeah, no, that's fascinating, isn't it? Because it makes you a complete professional practitioner, I suppose. You know, you can be technically very good, and we all know people who are technically very good but perhaps don't have that rounded understanding of how to be with other people, how to inspire them, how to support them, as with the sort of words that have come through.
And sometimes you can be very much too technical, so you try and evidence you know what you're talking about by being actually bringing too much technical into a boardroom, when actually you just need to give a flavor of the technical and then the right questions, and get people to ask the right questions and be interested in the right things. And it really made me change my perspective of what I was trying to achieve, so that I could then have more, rather than proving myself. Because sometimes you go into those things and you feel, to the imposter syndrome, I've got to prove I'm worth it here, rather than actually what can I get more for this organization from being here.
Yeah, and there's something in there, I suppose, for young professionals to say that it's not all about technical learning. You know, people who have a way about them, you know, a way of dealing with people or of interacting or of sharing their knowledge that's not technical, are people worth seeking out and learning from.
Definitely.
Brilliant, thank you. Julie, how about you?
Well, I'm going to buck the trend, actually, because I would say my greatest influence was male. Because of the time I came into environmental health, there weren't many females that you could look to as role models. And my mentor, my role model, was Bryn Jones, who was my boss when I came to South Wales, who was very much, before his time, very keen to encourage women, recruited women, promoted women, supported women, and was very quick to say, of course you can. Do this. Here's an opportunity. Take it. And even when I said to him, I'm going to leave environmental health and go into law, the sort of thing you would expect him to say, don't do that. Yeah, absolutely. Do it. Do it. You know, you've got stuff, you've got skills and knowledge that you can take with you, but also kept me in the profession. Even though I went off to law, kept me in environmental health, kept me involved with the Chartered Institute of Environmental Health. And then when I came back to be Director Wales, which I set up as a new post, was there. As a trustee, helping me, supporting me, bringing his new network to me. Very much a strong supporter of mine. I went from being a mentor to being a very, very close friend, someone who I implicitly trusted. And I think I was very lucky to have somebody like that. I think you're very lucky to have someone in your career that's there almost from the start, certainly right up to pretty much when I retired. Bryn was there. And I knew if I went and spoke to him, he'd give me sensible advice. Never offered it without being asked, but was generally worth listening to. Much more of a mentor than a role model. And he's been the sort of mentor I try to be. I try to reflect his mentoring style in mine because it worked for me. And I don't think I'd be where I am now if it wasn't for him.
Yeah, so the value of a trusted sounding board. Yeah, it's invaluable, isn't it? We talk in OneWISH a lot about male advocates. So this is not, you know, this is never gender specific, and I think you're right. Some of the skills that we want to draw on, some of the perspectives that come from our male colleagues are just as valuable as the ones that we get from our female ones. And I agree completely. Lovely, thank you. Crystal, who's been your role model and inspiration?
besides the obvious, my mother, I had a very strong, my mom was a very driving force for me. I was the oldest daughter. I've got two younger brothers, and I was a bossy kid. I was a leader from the beginning. And so my mom was instrumental in teaching me that I was going to have challenges. First of all, A, I'm loud and bossy, and B, I'm a girl. So she taught me a little bit of temperance. So that was the first foray into it. After that, I started to study more psychological and more philosophical things, Khalil Gibran, for example. But then I settled on Maya Angelou, and that came to me through Oprah, and watching Oprah, who also, you know, was vocal when she was younger, and she was quite in your face all the time, and so she managed to, well, look at Oprah. So that's where she got through. And as I started getting into governance, and as I started getting into leadership, and as soon as I started hiring my own people, much the same as everybody else, my mentors changed. And I had a very strong male influence, and he was one of the CEOs at a manufacturing company I worked with at least 20 years ago. And what he did is he fired me. And but you know something, he fired me because he said to me, I can't give you any more. I can't do any more for you. You are ready to do this on your own. And I was only like 30 years old, and I'm like, no, I'm not. But then I learned, yeah, I was. And right around that time, I started to get into, believe it or not, the monarchy. And so I think the biggest influence for me, and this sounds strange from a Canadian, was Princess Di.
Okay.
And it was Princess Diana because of the grace with which that she did things. Didn't matter the adversity, didn't matter what was going on in her life, there was grace. And that to me was all about how I wanted to build my relationships, how I wanted to forge those relationships and business alliances and those types of things. So I had the gamut as well, and I'm grateful for all of them. I do have to drop one name, and that would be, in our world, Eldine Pozniak.
Oh yes.
And we all nod with Eldine and Inchbo, and that when I got this position, she was the first one in my emails to say, you got this, girl. Thank you.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
I just say she sent me a card as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, she's amazing. She is such a powerful ally as well. And I think she's one of these people that you could just turn to and you might not have spoken to. In fact, the first time I met her was so many years ago, a million years ago. And I was, you know, fairly wet behind the ears, I would say. And we met at a conference in Canada. And 20 years must have passed, actually. And then just emailed her out of the blue, and it was like we'd seen each other yesterday. It's so lovely. Fantastic.
Great mentor.
Well, thank you very much for that. That's been really insightful. And I think everything that you've described has had a slightly different angle to it. So I think we sort of know the kind of skills that we're looking for that are going to make us into better, more rounded professionals. So I guess it kind of brings us on to, so you've described some of those maybe leaders that have had an influence on you. But I'm now interested in hearing about your leadership style and whether perhaps it's been influenced by the people that you've mentioned before, or perhaps you've sort of forged your own over the course of years, a little bit like a glacier, something that forges. I don't know. So I'd be really interested to hear how you would describe your leadership style, I guess, rather than how you think other people would describe it. And crucially, I think we talked about male influence in our careers, whether you think your leadership style is now different from what you've experienced as you've been coming through your career from our male counterparts, or whether you've drawn on some of that to help you out with yours. So I'm going to go through in alphabetical order now, so I'm not favouring anybody. Crystal, it just so happens that it comes straight back to you.
It was that way when I was a kid in school, both my first and
I was always first for vaccines.
Yeah, followed by the Christines, actually.
Yes, and it will.
So I'm a coach. I'm a coach. There's no doubt about it. I tend to be affiliative in nature, facilitation. My style is definitely about building relationships and being that collaborative person. I bring the technical skills because like most of the leaders, I've got boots on the ground experience as well. And I don't think that you can be a leader without it. As far as, am I different than my male counterparts? Absolutely. I'm different than my male counterparts, but I think what we're seeing is a difference in leadership style across the board, both in not-for-profit as well as in the corporate boardroom. I think we're starting to see a shift towards human capital, sustainability. I think we're starting to value people's input, worker input. I think we're starting to recognize that health is the first in health and safety. It's the first word that's there, that we tended to just not ignore, but I think we looked at it more as occupational disease, mesotheliomas, and those types of things. And then we started to look at mental injury. And I think that the female perspective has traditionally been a nurturing perspective, and the autocratic side of leadership traditionally comes from the male side. And I think what we're starting to see is that marriage. I think we're starting to see that those things are finally becoming leadership qualities and transcending gender. And I think that is really powerful. And I think it's something that makes me excited to be sitting here with these ladies, because we're all in that, we're all on the stage now.
Yeah, absolutely. And presumably, you know, we've talked a lot about this within OneWISH, about what female leadership brings to traditional leadership, I suppose, and you would perhaps call that male leadership, and some of the traditional feminine traits, and how they're starting to blend and you know, make a better leader at the result of it all. So yes, I hear exactly what you're saying. Christine, how do you see your leadership style?
You know, I think it's hard to say just one, right? Because I tend to be one that really adapts my leadership style to the situation, right? I've got a pretty significant sized team. And it's really important to me to understand how they work and how they process information before and that influences how I interact with them, right? But if I were to pick two words, I would say probably trust and communication, right? I trust my team implicitly. Yeah, I trust them to do their job. I trust them to do good work, and I value open communication back and forth between us. You know, I've got some newer employees, obviously, that are going to need more guidance, and then I've got the more experienced ones, and my job is to empower them. You know, empower them to go off and trust them to do their jobs and do it well, and bring me and involve me when they need that feedback and need that additional assistance. But I'm a big believer in that trust. I think Crystal's answer about kind of, am I different than my male counterparts? Yes and no, right? It's kind of hard to say. I'm not warm fuzzy all the time, right? I'm a pretty direct person. I am going to communicate and tell my team as much as I can tell them, right? Sometimes there's information we can't share, but I do believe in open and honest communication with them. So I'm not always going to coddle them, right? So that piece, but I think that marriage of leadership, right, of being strong, but also having that empathy is important.
Yeah, Absolutely. Yeah, no, that's very resonant. And that kind of being a hands-off leader is an interesting one, isn't it? So it does take a lot of, well, I don't know whether it takes a lot of work or you know, a lot of self-belief to be able to trust other people to crack on without standing over them all the time. But it's definitely a very positive, because of course it allows people to develop themselves and grow as professionals as well.
It's a challenge. You have to learn to delegate, and again, going back to that word trust, and trust that they're going to execute, right?
Yeah, because I suppose the temptation is sometimes to try and step in and control things, especially if you don't like them done a certain way. But yes, so that is a skill to be able to sit back and let it all unfold in front of you, for sure. Julie, how about you? What's your leadership style, do you think?
It's interesting. I was thinking about this because it's certainly developed and changed through my career. When I came into environmental health, as I said, women were very much a rarity, and you had to have your elbows out and push your way through.
Yeah.
As I've progressed up, the need to do that has become less, obviously, because there is less competition. People are listening to you more.
Mm-hmm.
So my style has changed. I would say it's fairly inclusive. I wanted to be the sort of president that people could talk to, get in touch with, engage with. So my motto has always been, you know, if you speak to me, I'll speak to you. Get in touch with me and I will answer.
Mm-hmm.
And very supportive, I think, very much about supporting people. I know there are people who think I'm inspirational because they tell me that. And my view is it can't be that difficult if I've done it. And if I've done it, you can probably do it. And I'm quite happy to tell you how I did it so that you can do it too. So very much supporting, nurturing, caring, but also very results driven. If I set out to do something, I want to see it right through to the end.
Mm-hmm.
And being a lawyer, I've got the forensic analysis skills to make sure that that happens. Some would say that I can be assertive. I would like to say that I can be quite clear.
Okay.
In my ambition.
Yeah, that's nice. And all those skills are a means to an end then, isn't it? You know, you don't necessarily have to, you know, be brutal about achieving a goal, because all of the things you just described, the collaboration, the communication, the empathy, the, you know, working with people and sort of understanding how they are to bring out the best in them, everything that we've just discussed is just as legitimate a way as getting to the end of a project as anything else. Super. Louise.
Yeah, I love what everybody else is saying. Julie, I often say I'm an ordinary member who's done some extraordinary things. So yeah, I definitely concur with those comments. What kind of a leader am I? So I've been working quite closely with Peter Kelly, who some people will know, who's a psychologist, and he's supporting some of the sort of transformations that I'm putting in place in the governance structure. And apparently I'm a transformational leader, according to him. So I'm definitely somebody who will, you know, I want to create that kind of transformation and that forward looking, but I want to do it in a way that takes others with me. And, you know, definitely I'm somebody I don't like being told what to do, so I don't want to tell other people what to do. And I want them to be creative and innovative, and I think that's what our profession needs right now. So certainly the teams that I'm creating right at this moment in time, you know, we've really mixed people up, we've created that diversity of thought, and we're really trying to harness that. So, you know, empowering and exactly as you've said, sometimes I just want to go in there and meddle, but it is about, you know, saying this is the framework, this is the direction, this is the vision. And yeah, I think I'm the same in that, you know, I want to see it happen, and at the same time I'm a finisher, so, you know, I won't rest until the job's done.
That's it. Tenacity. It's always a good one.
Yeah.
Seeing it through. And finally, Ruth, what's your leadership style?
I feel like I'm just going to take bits of all the four before me when I say what I so I would say I'm passionate and I love to inspire people. So I love to do that with the team. I collaborate really closely with the team and the organisation or where I'm working. And one thing that I value probably above anything else is integrity from people, from the organisation I'm in. And I think that's really, really important. And I think that's really important in the way I am and the role model that I am, but also the place that I work and the people that work with me. I very much give people space and autonomy to do their best work and like let them come to me and be there if people need me, and to be a sounding board, but not to do micromanagement and to tell people exactly how to do it, to help them solve things themselves. And the question you asked about male and female traits, I think, and it's sort of back to what Crystal was saying, I think that it's changed a lot, and whether that's the change in the nature of boardroom makeup, if it's diversity in its whole changing boardrooms, or what all our perceptions of leadership is changing too now, it feels like it would not pay it the right credence to say it's a female thing. It's a change in what is perceived as successful leadership now, the kind of the giving direction, expecting everyone to follow without empathy, without understanding, without the engagement. I think it's really interesting to see how leadership has changed. I'd like to think females have been part of that change, but I wouldn't say it's just about a way females and males lead point.
No, I think you're right, but it comes home to me. I mean, maybe it's a little bit like the change has been so subtle that you don't notice it until you actually start thinking about the reverse. And if we were to work in an environment where everything was very direct and things were perhaps in the more traditional line of management, I think we'd all notice straight away and probably feel quite uncomfortable with that now, which is testament, I think, to how things have changed for the better. And we all perhaps know people who are still quite traditional in their views of management, and it feels slightly uncomfortable these days. So no, that's good. We've alluded through some of these discussions, and we did at the outset, around overcoming biases, overcoming challenges, and the theme of this year's International Women's Day is around breaking those biases. And I dare say we've all come across. I mean, Julie was saying before, very male orientated when she started out. I'm sure we've all had similar experiences. I'm keen to hear, and I think probably people listening would be keen to hear about what you feel like your biggest, I mean, we've all had lots of challenges, but what you feel like perhaps your biggest challenge that you've faced during your career has been, and actually, do you think you overcame it, or do you think you're still battling on that front already, or maybe part of the way through overcoming that? So I'm going to start with Julie on this one.
I think I've been my biggest challenge, to be perfectly honest. Believing that I couldn't.
Okay.
Having to tell myself, yes, you can do this. Yes, you can be as good as everybody else. You can go for that promotion. You can ask for what it is that you want. You can articulate how you want this done, and it will be fine. And we did talk about imposter syndrome, and even now I'm telling myself, you are the president, you can do this. You can be good at this. You can make it as good as you can. I think that's, whether it's a female thing or not, no, but certainly it's been one of my challenges to make myself accept that I can do it. I should go for it. I should give it my best shot, and it will be good enough. And my best is acceptable. And I don't know if that's a common trait, as I said, but it's certainly been an issue for me. I had at the beginning of my career, as I said, certain difficulties being one of the earlier women, and one of the earlier women in Northern Ireland, where women were very rare in environmental health. So there was a lot of, I'm not going to be the one that makes the tea and sends the letters out. I'm actually going to be out doing the job, and I can do it like everybody else. And I think I overproved that, which was a mistake looking back, but probably how I got to be where I am.
Did you have to draw on resources then to be that person? I mean, was the I don't know whether it's a temptation perhaps just to fall into that role, or, you know, because you were relatively junior, perhaps just to adopt that kind of perhaps more servile attitude to everything. Did you have to actually, you know, really take yourself to task and say, no, I'm not going to be that person. I'm actually going to, you know, fight that whole instinct to, you know, make life easy for myself, maybe?
Yes, I think I did fight it. It would have been quite easy to be the one that stayed in the office doing the admin. But I didn't want to do that. I wanted to be out. I trained like the boys to do all the things that everybody else did, and I wanted to be out there doing it. And I was very fortunate early in my career, certainly in Northern Ireland, to have a very non-traditional boss who appointed a woman and supported her. And was quite happy to say, yes, get out there. You don't have to stay in filling the forms. Get out there and do the job. And similarly to Crystal's experience, after 2 years said to me, look, you're not going to get anywhere here. Such is the nature of the political environment here. You're not going to progress. Seriously think about leaving, which is, it's a brave thing to do when you've nurtured somebody, you've taken them on, you've supported them, and then you tell them to go somewhere else where they could be more than they are now. And I look back on that and think that was a very good thing for him to do. But it also made me think, yes, I can do this. He thinks I can do it, so I must be able to do it. Which is it's a nice place to be.
Yeah, and I suppose you've got to draw on your inner reserves of resilience as well, haven't you? Because to be told that almost like, well, you're not, you know, you're not going to fulfill yourself here anymore, so off you trot. You know, you sort of take it to heart a little bit. Oh, what's the matter with me? So, but to turn that outwards and say, actually, this is the best opportunity I could have been given, is quite a strong thing to do, isn't it? Louise, how about your biggest challenge? Are you still fighting it, or?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say exactly the same as Julie. I'm definitely my own worst enemy, and that's definitely been my biggest challenge. And it's, you know, and I think part of that is you look around and you know, compare yourself to other people. You know, we've always had this image of what a strong leader is. And, you know, I've always felt, am I good enough? You know, but I think in some ways as well, that's a positive trait, because I remember when I started my career, you know, I couldn't command attention, so you use your whole skill set to actually involve people and to take them with you. But yeah, I you know, I quite often I'm still afraid of making mistakes. You know, I have this kind of perfectionism that sits above my head, because you feel like it's going to be picked up because you're not this kind of traditional style of leader. So yeah, it's definitely myself that holds me back. But I just keep putting one foot in front of the other, because it comes back to, if, you know, I want other people to come up behind and see that, you know, being a leader isn't about one type of person. We can have different types of leaders. So yeah, I keep pushing on my own comfort zone.
Yeah, I find this introspection really interesting. We turn it in on ourselves and wonder what's, you know, whether something's lacking in us, or, you know, whether we need to do anything a little bit better, or, you know, put twice the amount of effort in. I'm sure a psychologist would have a field day over this, but sadly we wouldn't have time for that today. Ruth, what's your biggest challenge, do you reckon?
You know, I was thinking about this, and I think it has to be, it's partly myself, because that is often, and I think from this theme, always the biggest challenge, and mine has been 11 years ago, going back to work after my first child and then having a second one, and balancing my own expectations of what I wanted to be as a parent and what I wanted as a career, and feeling like for a long time you're neither doing either as well as you can. And certainly I felt that a lot the last 2 years with COVID, when you're trying to manage everything. But one of the things that my husband and I did when I went back to work was we both went part-time. And I think what that really helped me in thinking, we're both part of this, because a lot of people I know, someone went part-time and was the childcare solution, but definitely all through it, and I'm sure it will last until they are well into their 20s, you're always asking yourself if you could be doing either better. Yeah. And are you compromising one because you're spending time doing the other thing? And I think that is the biggest challenge. And I think it's just life. And I think maybe the perception that you can have it all that I felt I was taught younger, probably it wasn't ever kind of couched with you can have it all, but you are going to have to compromise sometimes. You are going to have to go away for the night when one of your children wants to speak to you. And it's just, and equally, you're going to maybe have to miss a meeting or dial in because you've got to be at home because someone's ill. And so I think for me, that's been the biggest challenge. And I'm sure it is to people who have dependents all over the place, but it's definitely, it maybe made me a better leader because I've got a lot more empathy for people who are going through all sorts of things now than I would have had before I had to do the juggling act.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure there's lots of people listening who are hearing that and nodding away. I mean, I certainly am, and that I was similarly. I'm a family of women, and I was similarly told, you know, you can have it all, and actually the scales fall from your eyes at some point. You say, well, no, it's not like having everything full time. Is you can't have everything full time. You've got to compromise at some point. I remember, just sort of like as an aside, I do remember my sister. We were having a discussion many years ago, and I said, well, I don't define myself by being a mother. I define myself, and she couldn't believe that in some way my career might come before my child. And it's not quite as straightforward as that, but the fact I had to stop and think, well, I don't know what I'm defined as then. I don't know what is actually taking up more of my brain space. Is it being a parent, or is it, you know, having a career? And, you know, how the two mesh together in my head. So it left me a bit baffled, and I didn't speak to her for a while, which is probably for the best in those circumstances. Anyway, family troubles aside, Christine, how about your biggest challenge?
I could say everything that has been said already. You know, I do think that negative self-talk gets in my head sometimes, and I have to, you know, that voice in your head, you just have to shut it down as much as you can. And, you know, when I changed jobs 3 years ago, I was with my prior company 22 years. I went to my current role about 3.5 years ago now. That was a big deal, right? To leave someplace I was really comfortable, and my head kept saying, what are you doing? Why are you doing it? Right. And so just being able to put that down. And I think Ruth hit it on the head with the family. I've got 3 children. 2 are in college now, but my youngest is only 11. So, you know, I've got this big gap here, and really trying to balance and make sure that they get what they need from me, but that my job gets what it needs from me. And I relate to you perfectly. I don't define myself as being the mother. I mean, I am a mom. I have a family. I love my children dearly, but I also know that I love my job, and I love what I do, and I love, you know, being out and with clients and working with people. So, you know, those are both struggles, and I don't know that will ever go away. I think the question was, has this, you know, have you overcome it? I don't know that I've overcome it. You learn to work with it, right? And you learn to work with it in your life. Kind of taking it a different direction, I think every challenge in your career is a chance to improve and get better, right? So like Julie, and some of you have heard this story, my first job, I was told I should be home having babies. So that was where, you know, my very first safety job, and I had to work my way through it. I've had challenges where I took on leading a team that was formerly my peers, and that was bumpy, right? Transitioning to the leader from the peer is bumpy, but I think every challenge you get, you've got to take it, learn from it, and move forward.
Yeah, definitely. Yes, I hear you for sure. Crystal, how about you? What's your biggest challenge?
There's not a whole lot to add here. What I wrote down from my notes was fear. The biggest challenge for me was fear. Fear I'm not good enough. Fear that I'm not doing the job the way that my membership wants me to do it. You know, am I providing too much? Am I not providing enough? That negative speak that Christine talks about, am I teaching my daughter, who is my husband's daughter? I don't have children. She's my daughter, but all of those things that you go through to either, the negative speak for me has always been the push. It's always been that driving force to do better. But am I doing it the right way? Are the people who I'm choosing to be my mentors really mentors? Or am I just doing what they would do? Or what they think I should do? And so that fear of, my brain's telling me that my mentors maybe not on the right path here, and that's not how I would do it. But that negative speak telling me, well, you better follow your mentor because that person's got to where they wanted to be, and that kind of thing. So there's a whole, the biggest thing was for me was the negative speak, the head talk, the imposter syndrome, that I'm not good enough. I don't have that MBA, and I don't have that PhD, and I don't have all of that stuff. And when you talk about the second part of that question is, have I overcome that? I don't think I ever will. And I'm okay with that. I'm truly, truly okay with that, because I'm not alone. Other people are never, ever going to overcome that either. So as long as they can see me in my role as pushing through it and accepting that and still being able to get the job done, I'm doing the right thing and I'm overcoming that fear.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And you know, we're hearing from all corners about, and I suppose it's about the skills you employ to overcome that, in the same way that Julie was saying, you know, it's the temptation is to fit in with what's expected of you and you know, adopt that role, but you know, you actively turn away from that, and you've just described almost the same thing, Crystal. You're actively suppressing something that will probably come, you know, a little more naturally. And I think probably we're all there in that. The line of least resistance is quite tempting sometimes, but we know we owe it to ourselves and probably to people who look to us as inspirations to suppress that and turn away from it and plow on. Yeah, it's forge on. Absolutely. And so we've kind of touched on, brings us to our last question, really. And you know, we speak about people coming into the profession, we you know, perhaps at the start of their careers, and I don't know, I wouldn't like to say we're all long in the tooth, because that's perhaps a little bit insulting, but we've all done a shift, I think, and probably have something to teach people coming along behind us. And I'm keen to explore what you think your younger self, let's say at the start of your career, if they were talking to you now, what would they say to you? And perhaps what you would say to them, what would your response be? Do you think that person that started out on that career journey all those years ago would believe that they were talking to themselves 20, 30, 40 years down the line, and in the position that you are now? So yeah, it's quite an interesting question, I think, whether they'd ever quite fathom out where you got to. How about you, Louise? What do you reckon?
Yeah, my younger self, I was incredibly driven and very ambitious when I was, you know, when I started out. And I think part of what's given me a really good grounding, I think, you know, we have this conversation in IOSH around our future leaders coming into the profession and how hard it is for them to get the first foot on, you know, on the ladder, and be nurtured at that point, because a lot of health and safety professionals are in a kind of team of one or two. And I think what helped me was certainly starting from an environmental health perspective and working in a local authority. You're actually in a bigger team. And so I had a really, you know, my first 10 years of my career were incredibly strong, where, you know, I went from working for a local authority, I worked for the cooperative, again in a team. And I think, you know, I was incredibly ambitious, and I think my younger self would probably say, well, I'm not surprised. but I think the advice that I'd probably give my younger self is to just, you know, is to kind of tailor that as well. And just, you know, things happen when they should happen. I mean, somebody said to me, you know, we have the right president at the right time, and to allow yourself to have all of the different experiences that you have, you know, accept help and support, and you know, it's a question of push and pull, and have that in the right balance, and be kind on yourself as well. I think I'd say to my younger self.
Fantastic. Do you think she'd listen?
And you know me.
I do, that's why I asked. And I've known you for quite a long time as well, so I probably experienced a little bit of that younger self. But yes, I'm hearing it. Christine, how about you? What would you talk to your younger self about?
You know, I would hope my younger self would be like, wow, you did it, right? Like that's what I would hope my younger self would say, because I had very high expectations for myself, right? I took a job, moved, you know, 2,000 miles away from home to get into this field, and really had high expectations of where I wanted to go and what I wanted to do. And I would hope my younger self would see that and be like, wow. If I were going to give them advice, I'd say tell them not to be afraid to set stretch goals. Crystal mentioned earlier about stretch goals and you've got to have a goalpost. Set those goals. It's okay if they stretch, even if they think it's unrealistic. Break it into manageable chunks, right? Set manageable goals for yourself. Surround yourself with good people, right? Good people that support you, people that lift you up, and don't be afraid to make a mistake. Everybody makes mistakes, right? Own your mistakes, move on. And then the other thing I would tell them, celebrate your success. Make sure you take that time to celebrate your success, because I think too often we just move on to the next thing rather than, hey, we did it, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And it can be a bit, you know, single-minded, can't it? And not taking the opportunity to just appreciate how you're getting on and what it's given you and what it's taught you along the way. No, definitely. How about you, Julie?
I think I would tell my younger self, yes, you can. You absolutely can. You are good enough. And if you put the work in, you are good enough, and you are entitled to be where you will be, because you've achieved it through your own efforts and hard work and help from mentors. Someone said to me once that women in the workplace who want to get on are like Lucy Van Pelt from Peanuts. Okay. Aggressive, assertive, not very pleasant, and it stuck with me for a very long time. And I think I'd tell my younger self that's not actually true. You can be a woman in a leading position and be the sort of woman you want to be. You don't have to fit into a model of an aggressive, assertive, abrasive person. That's not who you have to be. And I think I would say, as Christine did, celebrate your successes. Take your time to celebrate them before you move on. Don't bounce past them to the next challenge. Recognise you've done it and bathe in a warm glow just for a little while before you move on. Because the successes they're not as frequent as you'd like them to be, and they're heady when they come. Don't waste them.
Yes, that much is true. And do you think your younger self would look at you and say, yeah, I always knew that was going to happen?
No, my younger self would be astonished at where I am now. And so would my mother, I have to say.
Just for conscience. Lovely. Okay, Ruth, how about you?
I think astonished is a great word. Yes. My younger self would definitely just like be surprised and actually kind of, how did it end up there? Because I don't think I've absolutely followed my heart and been curious all the time about what I'm doing and where I go. My first ever job was in the theatre doing safety. It wasn't what everybody else went into, because there was lots of construction jobs and corporate jobs. And I was like, no, I love the creative industries. I'm going in there. And who knew these roles were out there? I certainly didn't know. And that's one of the things I really want to get people interested in who are interested in this profession is, gosh, it's a broad church of places you can work and things you can do, and you can find your niche. And that doesn't mean you need to be the most important person in the organization. It means you need to do something you love, you care about. And one of the biggest things I'd be really pleased about if I was looking at me today is I always wanted to be doing something that when I looked up at the clock, I was astonished by how much time had passed since the last time I saw it.
Yeah.
And that happens to me every day. I go, oh no, hang on, I'm running late. And so I just think it's an amazing opportunity to have got to work in this profession and do the things that we get to do, and then support education of other people and people coming in. It's a real privilege.
It is a privilege, you're right, absolutely. I mean, you're sitting here, you know, you sort of say as a professional, it's a privilege to sit amongst women of your collective caliber, but I think everything that we do is also a privilege as well. So yeah, I agree completely. And it's nice to hear somebody else didn't have a plan in a way, just go where it blows.
Yeah, absolutely.
For sure. And finally, Crystal, what's your words of wisdom to your younger self?
My younger self would have said to me, I don't think you've got it in you. That's what my younger self would have said to me. But now if I look back and I could say something to them, if I could say to my younger self, I would tell myself to trust the process and to trust my instincts. And like Ruth, follow those dreams, follow my heart, follow my passions. And then me on the flip side, I want to say to my younger self, surprise, surprise, surprise.
Fantastic. That's excellent. Christine, did I speak to you about this? I did, didn't I? I was working my way around a screen and I've lost my little pictures now, so I just want to make sure I've covered it. But that is a great ending, I've got to say. And yeah, you're right. I think there's I mean, I don't know whether everybody else feels the same, but there's a little bit of, goodness me, haven't you done well? And I think we all need to bask in that a little bit. And for all the younger professionals out there, take that time when you do it just to self-reflect and bask in your own glory. I think that's fantastic. Well, I mean, I've been awed by this session. I think the collective wisdom on here has just been immense, absolutely awesome. I can't thank you enough for taking the time out to speak to us about how your career has gone and what you've learned, and crucially what you tell your younger selves, because I think that will certainly resonate to those listening in. Don't forget, for those that are, all of our panels are on LinkedIn, panelists, sorry, are on LinkedIn. So if you want to catch up on their fantastic thought leadership as they move through the next stage of their careers, whatever life gives them, then, you know, tune in with LinkedIn and then you can find out what's going on. But a huge thank you both to the panelists and to everybody who's listening in today to this session. It's been fantastic. So thank you very much. And I will now hand back over to our continuity.
Okay, great. Thanks very much, Anne and panel members, for that very insightful and reflective discussion. There was a lot of engagement in the chat. People talked about their role models. Some were family members, others were people from their careers, you know, male, female, etc. So good. What we want to do for about 10 minutes is spend some time with the panel members. And Anne, we have a few questions that came up in the chat, so I'll raise them, and there's still an opportunity to maybe post one or two more questions for people who just watched that really inspirational discussion. So good, so I'll kick off. I'll ask Louise this question and then the others can add to it, right? So this morning, we had a lot of conversation around data. And, the fact that data is important, but I also see, debate online around, having targets like percentage females on boards, etc. So what's your view on how do we balance this? And what's your view on targets around representation versus, making sure that it's equitable? So maybe Louise?
Hi, yeah, no, what a great conversation that was. It was just brilliant. So I'm really glad that everybody enjoyed that as much as I did taking part in it. It was such a privilege. So yeah, data and targets. Traditionally, I've never been a targets driven person, but actually as I've gone forward in terms of my journey, and particularly as I've been, a massive advocate for supporting women and inclusion within our sector, I've kind of changed my mind a little bit. And actually I've got some stats which IOSH have pulled together around some of this, and IOSH have just tipped over the 49,000 members, and within that we have 21% are women. Now, I think I joined IOSH in 1999. I've actually been a member of the CIH since 1988. But I'm pretty sure that stat has hardly shifted. The other statistic that they've given me, and I'm just looking at my crib sheet here, is in terms of chartered fellows, 16.8% are women. So what that means is as we move up membership grades, we've got statistically fewer women. So actually the stats are starting to tell us a story. And part of what I want to do is that we need to shift that dial in terms of how many women we've got in our membership, but we also need to shift the dial in respect of women that are at chartered or fellow status. And so the stats are telling us a story. So I'm starting to change my perspective on this and starting to say, you know what, we need to measure it, we need to monitor it, we need to be active in how we push this forward. And just having these conversations with all of us, we can all promote that equally. So I think in terms of statistics, we need to start using those stats.
Okay, thanks. Crystal or Christine, any further insights from your point of view?
Yeah, thanks, Melissa. I agree with everything Louise said, and I think it's really important, that diversity of the board, right? That, just like we talked about in the workplace, greater diversity is going to give people, you're going to have diversity of experience, diversity of thought, diversity of things, the skill sets and the strategies that they have. So I do think that's an important number. And similar to Louise, the numbers at ASSP, the number of female professionals, I don't have the exact numbers with me, but are not nowhere near 50%, right? And when I started in this field, it was a very male dominated field and really still is, although looking at the representation here today, it's fantastic. So just my thoughts on that.
Thanks.
If I could offer one thing, I think it would be that whenever you set targets on specific groups, for example, women or people of color or something along those, whenever you set those types of targets, they can cloud your purpose. So you really need to be mindful of why you're pushing this. Like, what is this goal all about? Why? And that's the big thing for me, is just to be mindful of what the purpose is of setting that target before you go hog wild and achieve it.
Oh, thanks. Good. I'm watching the time, but there were a couple more questions. So maybe one for all of you all, and then one for Anne as she moderated the panel. So for the panelists, what did you learn from each other during the course of this panel discussion? What was the one thing?
That's an easy one. We are very, 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 very similar people. Louise is nodding, and I think that's the one thing that I walked away from personally so grateful that, yeah, we're very similar people.
Louise?
Yeah, I mean, do you know something? I think it's, we've all worked incredibly hard to become president. It's not something that's just been handed to us. And, you know, we definitely have the same drive behind us. We all are completely dedicated to what we're doing. But I think we all wanted to show our vulnerability in those discussions, and I don't feel that I'm alone in having those feelings, and perhaps I hadn't necessarily articulated them. But yeah, I completely agree. It's the similarities absolutely shone through, and you know, our challenges are the same. The way that we approach success is the same, and actually, you know, I think anybody on this call will probably recognize everything that we're saying. So it's, yeah, it was definitely our similarities. And you know, I feel like I've you know, I knew everybody anyway, but just, you know, I feel like I can lift up the telephone if I need to, which is great.
Thanks.
Yeah, I agree with everything they said. You know, just we all knew each other, who we were and stuff ahead of time, and we had talked before and things like that. But really getting to dig into some of the questions was amazing to think about how we've all gone through similar struggles, right? And we all have similar desires, and we're all very passionate and we're all very driven. And I think that really came through in our conversation, and really we're all very supportive, right? We want to support each other. We want to support other women in the profession. And hopefully that came through as well.
Excellent. Yeah, and I think it is true that this is the first time that we have females leading these 5 organizations at the same time. So, you know, that's really good, and hopefully it's not the only time. So Anne, last question to you. You know, you moderated this panel. What would be the biggest insight you got from the panel discussion?
Oh, well, there isn't just one, I don't think, but it really, I was just having a think about how it's impacted me being able to sit in that sort of company and learn of all the similarities and the differences that, you know, we've experienced during our careers, and how it made me realize that, you know, for so many years I was pretty insular actually as a health and safety professional. You know, there were people who did things that kind of penetrated a little bit, and you think, oh, that was quite impressive. But actually it's only really in the last, well, I don't know, maybe 8 to 10 years that I've really noticed how some of my peer group are really rising to the top of what they're doing, and you know, I'm starting to celebrate much more with them that success that they've had. And I think being, you know, I was sat in a corner minding my own business really, and then Louise turned this spotlight of OneWIsh onto me and said, well, come on, you know, you can be part of this as well, you know, you can join in. And since then, like, the world has opened up to this, to the point where now I'm moderating a panel like this and learning an absolute 1,000 times more than I've learned just sitting, you know, occasionally logging into LinkedIn or whatever it is, and being quite passive about the whole thing. So I think, you know, there's no one thing, but the overall impression of being able to sit down with these women and learn and be inspired by and challenge myself over some of the things that they've said has been an absolute blessing. It really has. And thank you all again for allowing me to learn from you.
Oh, great, thanks. Yeah, it really does show the importance of inclusion, collaboration, etc. So, okay, so before we close off, what's the one last thought from each of the panel members here with us today? So, Crystal?
Trust yourself. If you've got a dream and you've got a desire, go for it. Just go for it, because you're not measured by your failures. You know, it's how you move forward, and you can do it. And there's lots of support. Like I look at all the Hollywood squares in front of me, and there's tons of support. Just reach out.
Okay, Christine?
Yeah, you know, I said it during the conversation, but celebrate your successes, set your goals, move forward. You know, take little steps. You don't have to be the president tomorrow, right? But set those goals for yourself and take those challenges and And again, just celebrate your steps along the way, because there's so much good we do. And I think we are always looking for the next thing, that taking a step back and realizing how much you've already done is really helpful.
Thanks. And Louise?
Yeah, I mean, from this panel, you know, we have around the world a joint goal, and you know, we've always said in OneWISH we're stronger together. So it's just let's focus on moving forward and, you know, what we want to achieve, which is a healthier and safer world of work, and just keep moving forward and take that support and camaraderie from across the board, because I think we showed that all of our organisations are all out there to achieve the same thing. So yeah, it was such a privilege to be part of this, and thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Louise. Thank you, Christine. Thank you, Crystal, for your leadership, your passion and commitment to this profession, but you know, to the world, because I really do think our profession makes a real positive difference to everyone. So thank you so much. Thanks, Anne, for your great facilitation. And as just a reminder for everyone, all of these recordings will be available on our website and on YouTube channel. So if you want to go back through them and get inspiration. Thanks again. So we'll now get ready for our next panel discussion. And it will be led by Paul Hendry. So Paul is the Vice President of HSC at Jacobs, and he will chair a discussion with 4 senior female leaders in his company who have made their way in their career to their current positions. Each of them has taken a different journey in different continents, and their path has certainly not been linear. So I'm confident this will be an informative and inspiring discussion. So I'll hand over to Paul to lead the discussion. Thanks again, Paul, for coming.
Hey, Melissa, thank you. And thank you for the invite. I think, you know, OneWISH is really important for occupational health and safety professionals to really, you know, break that bias. I'm someone who has really benefited from having a diverse team with female leaders. Each of these female leaders on this call have risen with me. I wouldn't be in my position if it wasn't for them. So I know the benefits of having that diverse team, and each of them on this call are really important to me. You know, how we're going to run this session is well, OneWISH wanted me to talk about strategy and how I have so many female leaders in my global leadership team. And the truth is, I never had a strategy. The fact of the matter was that I only realised that the leadership team was female and male 50-50 when I had a meeting in Dallas and we all got together. I think there was 20 of us in the room, and it was like the most phenomenal meeting, and it set us up for the last 2 years actually. And it was only there I realised that we really did have a diverse team, but I can assure you there was no strategy. I'm not that smart. I think what I've just realised is people who can contribute and add value and have talent, you can't hold them back, and that's how we've ended up with this 50-50 split. And we also have got Jennifer, Fiona, Amanda on the call. There's also, you know, people like Stephanie, Yvonne, Suzanne, Suki, Carla, Kim, Lisa, and many others who could have joined on this call with me. So what we're going to do with this format, we'll do a little introduction to the team, and we're going to, like, quite similar actually to the previous one, which was an excellent session, by the way. Well done, everyone. We're going to just start talking about people's experiences in their career based on some questions. And really, when we were prepping for this and I was having the discussion with the team, I was kicking myself, because if I could have recorded the one-to-one conversations I had with each of them, they would have been gold. And it was a real eye-opener for me to understand again some of the challenges that they've all went through. And that's why, you know, none of their paths have been the same, and they've certainly not been linear. So I'll go to introductions to the team first. So Jennifer, can you introduce yourself, please?
Sure. Thank you for having me. My name is Jennifer Gagne, and I'm the health and safety professional for the western part of the U.S. for our business and infrastructure group. little history on me is I waited a couple of years before I went to college. I paid for my schooling myself, so I worked full time while I went to college. So I wasn't out in your typical 3-4 years. I graduated at 28, so I started the profession a little bit later. I've been in the industry over 30 years now. And one thing that's different than some of my colleagues, well, actually all the rest that are on here, is I do not have kids going through having to juggle that with a career. So I focused pretty much my attention on my spouse and my career. That's me.
Thanks, Jen. Fiona?
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, hi everyone. So my name is Fiona O'Donnell and I'm currently head of safety for Jacobs for the European part of the business. I started my career off in construction before moving to a corporate role in 2008. And I suppose since taking up that role, I've worked with the Irish operations. I'm based here in Ireland. Then I moved into a role within the UK, and since 2019, I've been in my current role, which is covering Europe. Outside of work, I have 3 young daughters. I have a 12-year-old, a 10-year-old, and a 6-year-old. So very busy house. I caught the end of the last session, and I heard, I think it was Louise maybe saying that she never really had a plan for her career, and I can totally relate to that, because I suppose the relationships that I made along the way kind of brought me into all the roles that I've had in my career. So no real plan, but thoroughly enjoying what I'm doing at the moment.
Thanks, Fiona. And I'm pretty sure one of your daughters will come in on the call as we're
For
speaking.
sure. Yeah.
Right, thanks, Fiona. Amanda Aldred.
Yes, I was wondering which Amanda would be up. So hi, I'm Amanda Aldridge. I'm the Head of Health, Safety, Environment and Welfare for our major programs and projects group for Europe, and also in the global space as well. I actually started my career in human resources, so I actually do have a degree in HR. Did about 12 months of HSE within that particular qualification. Absolutely enjoyed it. So had essentially jumped into a HSC career before I actually finished my HR studies. So again, sort of stepped into retail. So that was kind of my first exposure to health and safety, and have moved across a number of different industries, including local government, construction, and then, into engineering as well. So, and a mother of a 14-year-old boy. So majority of my career has been as a single mum, but it certainly hasn't stopped the progression through my career. So really excited to be on the panel today. Thanks.
Thanks, Amanda. And Amanda Aldred has just relocated from Sydney to Manchester, and and I think we should all send our pity to her. Amanda Finnegan.
Hi, hello everybody. Thanks for having me.
To her. Amanda Finnegan.
Hi, thanks for having me, everybody. Amanda Finnegan. I'm an HSE manager here in the US in Denver, Colorado. I helped support Jen's team, and then in the last year or so started supporting Paul with our Mental Health Matters program. I actually started, I went to school for biopsych, an animal behavior degree, and then figured out pretty quickly that wasn't for me. So went back to school for safety in Montana, and then that led me up to Alaska. So I spent the bulk of my career, oil and gas, heavy construction up in Alaska. So about 13 years up there. And then the last 7 years I've been down in Colorado. I'm married with 2 kids, a 10-year-old daughter and a 12-year-old son, and just love getting out and about in Colorado, and spend a lot of time stand-up paddleboarding and resetting out in nature. So thanks.
Hey, thanks, Amanda. And you can see, why we put in the session description that, the paths are not the same. Each of you guys, I see you guys as being really different in character, skill set, behaviours, etc. And I think that was really, really important to make a diverse team. So I'm going to ask a question to each of you. Just spend maybe a minute answering it. So what type of barriers have you faced, perhaps, that I wouldn't have faced in your career, you know, a barrier that's just perhaps unique to females?
Will I go first?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think definitely having a family and trying to build a career. I know, like, I definitely felt, I would say, almost embarrassed, right, being pregnant in this industry. I felt like I really had to prove something that the men that I was working with didn't, and I almost, I mean, I've had 3 kids, and I almost hid the fact that I was pregnant. There was definitely an embarrassment about it, and I tried. I was in construction. I was still on construction projects for the first 2 of those pregnancies, and I did some, like, ridiculous. I know we were talking about this the other day, but I did some ridiculous stuff at kind of 8 or 9 months pregnant, climbing scaffolds and just silly things that I felt like I just really had to do in order to prove that I was the very same as everybody else on the project. And I don't ever remember any of the men on site making me feel like that. That was a pressure, I think, that I put on myself. But definitely having a family and still trying to put in the hours that it takes to get the job done was a really tough challenge for me, I think.
Yeah, okay, cool. Look, can I ask you one more question on that then? You know, what would you have felt like? What would your reaction have been like if someone had intervened and said, "Hey, Fiona, I don't want you climbing that scaffold"?
I probably would have told them where to go, to be honest. Probably. And maybe the fact that nobody did says a lot about what my reaction would have been. But yeah, just yeah. When I think back on it, particularly that the scaffold incident should never really happened. But I did genuinely feel that I had to do it, that I didn't really have a choice. And then, you know, coming back, having my kids, and then coming back to work very quickly after having them and not taking that time, because I think, again, there was nothing overtly said, or there was no kind of direction given, but I think just that feeling that if I didn't come back, I was going to miss out, or somebody might actually take my place. So that's was a really difficult kind of time for me.
Yeah, one of the previous panelists mentioned fear, so maybe that was part of that.
Yeah.
Jennifer?
I don't know if I had necessarily one that you might not have encountered, but I think I had probably 2 that were unique. One was the fear or the intimidation that was tried to be imposed on me for doing my job. A large part of my career was spent in and around the Chicagoland area and dealing with the Chicago unions. And earlier in my career, you know, 30 pounds lighter, much younger, out in the field, where, you know, you were the only woman out in the field. I take that back. There was one laborer and there was one millwright. That was it, out of maybe 1,500 men. And so they all knew who you were. And I remember early on, I had found a guy that was up on a ladder, probably, you know, several feet above a handrail, exposed to over a 40-foot fall. Called him down, had a conversation with him, brought him back into the trailer, talked to the job superintendent, and we had a 0 tolerance policy. So they ran the guy off. The guy happened to be an electrician. And so what that meant was he wasn't necessarily out of a job. He went back to the union hall, and then the union was responsible for finding him another place to go, but he was not allowed back at our location. So shortly after that, I was assigned a company vehicle, which one of our trade partners utilized during the day, and I'm not going to mention the trades, but one of their guys came up to me to try to strong arm me and basically intimidate me, because this guy got removed from the job site and basically said, you know, you better think about checking your lug nuts every time you go down the interstate at, you know, 70 miles an hour. they might not all be tight. And he was trying to do what he could to intimidate me so that maybe I wouldn't, challenge somebody again, or I wouldn't report something in. So that was something definitely that stuck with me my whole career. It didn't faze me, but it was something that I don't know necessarily if maybe any of my other counterparts that were on the job site that were men would have faced. So
yeah. Look, I think so. Thanks for sharing that. I think that intimidation like that, probably most safety professionals, particularly in construction, have faced it. I know I have. I think where you've probably had the talent to diffuse it differently from me. I think that's probably pretty evident where it probably have escalated, where you've managed to kind of diffuse it and still not backtrack on your decisions. So I think that'd be really important. Amanda Aldred. Sorry.
I was going to say, sorry, I was just going to say the other flip side to that maybe you don't face is there is a fine line between being assertive as a woman and I'm just going to say it, being perceived as a bitch. And it's a very fine line. And when men are assertive, they're not necessarily looked at as demeaning or whatever. They're embraced and they're celebrated because of that. And I don't really necessarily feel that that's the same for women. And it's always a fine line, always, to this day, I think.
Yeah.
And there's different, sorry, Paul, I think there's just different forms of it. I mean, that was a clear kind of aggression that you faced, Jennifer. I know I certainly faced something more subtle and more of a sexual nature in that I got a hand delivered box with a sexy nightie in it from a senior member of staff on the program. Now, I dealt with it, I think, very professionally, and he was made aware in no uncertain terms that it wasn't acceptable. But there was just this level of fear is probably too strong a word, but it was definitely a form of intimidation. And thankfully, look, I've not had to deal with it too many times in my career, but that's probably one of the most serious ones that I came up against. But that sent a message to me, and the message was that he was definitely trying to intimidate me and influence how I was going to behave on site. It didn't work, obviously, but it was a scary thing to have happened.
Yeah, I'm really embarrassed for that person right now. I wonder what the next day would have been like at the job site.
Do you know what? He's still floating about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool. I'm going to move on to the next question. So apologies, Amanda. In case you've this amazing preparation for that first question, just mindful of time. But look, Amanda Aldred, what changes have you been responsible for either in the industry or within Jacobs or a previous organisation?
Yeah, thanks, Paul. And I did have something amazing prepped as well for a response to the previous question.
Sorry, Amanda.
No, that's okay. Look, not too dissimilar to everyone's stories, but I think it just comes with the territory. But I think we've certainly made our mark in the industry as an industry now, and that behaviour is certainly not tolerated anymore. But look, I think in terms of changes I've made, I'd like to think that I've coached and mentored a number of successful women in the industry. There was always some apprehension coming into health and safety as an industry, especially for the reasons that Fiona and Jennifer went through around the way that women were treated pretty early on in the industry. So I have brought in some women who have really been keen in terms of HSE careers and really sort of fostered and developed the talent, and they're now heading up sort of regional sort of lead roles, presidents, all that kind of stuff. So it's absolutely amazing to see. But I've also mentored men in the industry as well, and they now work for regulators and run their own companies and things like that. Because I think safety is not something you consciously go, oh yeah, I'm going to grow up and be a HSE professional. I think when you recognise that there's people that really will make a difference in the industry, you really need to grab a hold of them and really develop and foster them in this career. And I think it's, that's really important. And I think that's one of the things that I'm really proud of, is that the people I am bringing into, the industry are people worth bringing into the industry.
Yeah, no, thank you for that, Amanda. And I know how important mentoring is to you, and you've been working with OneWISH on the mentor program. So thank you for that. Amanda Finnegan.
Well, along with Amanda, the mentoring part was something that, was really satisfying part of your job. And I enjoyed that, and I kind of missed that. But in Alaska, a lot of people became the HSE person on the job site because it was just duties as assigned. And so there weren't a lot of women in the workforce. And so I worked with a couple other HSE professionals and the university, and we started a 4-year degree program in health and safety. And it took a few years, but we really were passionate about getting more people into the field as HSE professionals and not other duties as assigned. And so people that were passionate about it and being able to have a degree in additional education in HSE really opened a lot of doors, whether they were going to stay in Alaska or move on throughout the industry and the rest of the US. So that was something that we became very passionate about, making sure it was a good, solid program, and then be able to help mentor those folks that were in the program. We were all available for that. So that was something that I did really enjoy from my Alaska time.
Yeah, that's amazing, Amanda. I actually never knew that, but it's amazing the lengths that people go to get off of Alaska. So
tough. It was tough.
That's part of your succession plan.
I have to say though, that, thinking about all these questions, I always just refer, Alaska was tough. And it was, but there were so many good things that came out of it and such good experiences that really shape a person. But, it wasn't all bad, even though sometimes I go there right away. There was a lot of really good things that happened during that time too.
Yeah, and an amazing grounding, right? Amazing way to kind of learn your career and your profession, and dealing with some really kind of difficult situations, not only on the job site, but, in the camps and in the towns, small towns, etc. So thank you for that. So let's talk about, and the other panel mentioned it, was like regrets, if you like, and have you had any regrets in your career?
I suppose, yeah, loads, obviously, loads. I think, do you know what? I think not realizing sooner that a lot of people that you meet along the way are just winging it. That is, if you had to realize that sooner, you might have made different kind of decisions. I think for me personally, some of the decisions I made around the kids and the time that I maybe didn't spend with them, because look, I've always been kind of driven, and I've always been really, really hungry. So I think going back to the point Louise made at the end of the last call, just about kind of taking your time. I didn't take my time. I really rushed the front end of my career. And, I think some of those decisions I made around the time that I spent when my kids were very young, I will definitely always regret.
Yeah, no, absolutely. All right. Anybody else? Jennifer, Amanda?
I have none. And I know that sounds kind of maybe cavalier, but there was no playbook, there was no roadmap, there was no, this is how you got to get from point A to point B. And I think I watched, I listened a lot. I tried to treat people with respect, and I just continued to put my head down and move forward. And for me, things progressed, maybe not as fast as I would have wanted things to progress, but they moved forward. And so, I with the knowledge I had at the time to make the decisions and everything else, I don't have any.
Yeah, and I'd probably agree with Jen there as well. I don't have regrets per se. I probably would approach situations a little bit differently. Because I look at, if you do regret something, then, that's sort of acknowledging that maybe you haven't made right decisions. But, I think it's all about learning as well. So, I think you take good decisions, bad decisions, it's all part of who you become. So I think it's around acknowledging that, look, certain decisions and certain pathways have led to where you are and where we are now. But I think if there was one thing that I could enhance upon early on in my career was essentially having the confidence to speak up a little bit more. But then that could have potentially led to a completely different pathway in terms of where I ended up. So I think, like similar to Jan, look, absolutely don't have any regrets. Yes, there's probably different decisions I'd make, but certainly it's all been part of the journey.
So can you give us an example of that, Amanda? And it's very spiritual and holistic, but can you give us an example of not speaking up? Because there could be someone on this session just now maybe going through the exact same, maybe not having the confidence to speak up and maybe concerned about the ramifications or consequences.
Yeah, and I think it goes back to sort of the first question around, when I first started my career in HSE back in the late 90s, it was an emerging industry. There weren't a lot of women in it. But one of the things that I really faced as a barrier was the way that women treated other women within the industry, and the behaviours that went on, which, as a 20-something-year-old, was absolutely horrifying to see. And it goes back to that fear and intimidation around, well, do I say anything? Do I want to put my career in jeopardy? Do I want to be in the wrath of that particular person? So it wasn't having the confidence. So I think what I know now, if I'd sort of say to my younger self, as they talked about in the previous session, just say it. Just say it. You've got to do the right thing. You've got to be ethical. But it's not around conflict resolution. It's not going into conflicts. It's around having critical conversations. So actually pulling people up on their behaviour, but doing it in such a way that it does have that positive approach. So I think going through my career and what I know now and how I approach situations now, if I had that way back early in my career, those conversations and what I witnessed would have been completely different. Because for me, a barrier wasn't being a female in a male-dominated industry. It was the females within a male-dominated industry. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I'm going to come back to Amanda Finnegan in a minute just to answer this question, but I just want to expand on that a little, right? Something you said really kind of resonated with me. We look at OneWISH, and OneWISH is trying to build this kind of network of female health and safety professionals, and that's not the first time I've actually heard that coming from a female in the industry. It was other females that were holding them back. So what I'm saying is, do you think if something like OneWISH was available back then there would be a different attitude where people are trying to give each other a leg up,
absolutely,
up instead of trying to cut their legs from them? Yeah,
absolutely, no doubt. I mean, I ended up joining industry groups just for the sake of joining industry groups to get some perspective of, other industries and, the experience that females were having, because there wasn't a OneWISH and there wasn't anything specific for HSE and HSE industry. So I remember joining different types of, networks and groups back in the day, and none of them actually meant anything to me. But I got a lot out of it because I was able to have conversations with other women who were experiencing the same thing, and were able to then look at, okay, well, this is how you could potentially approach a situation. But it was about that camaraderie, which I think is really important. So absolutely, this back in 20-something years ago would have been massively beneficial. Yeah.
We just didn't have anything. We just didn't have anything like this. There wasn't that support there. Certainly all my role models were male role models, and I had amazing role models, but I just didn't have that female network that I do now. And I've spent the last couple of years, particularly in my current role, just surrounding myself with really strong, authentic women that can have my back and that do have my back. But we just didn't have that 20 years ago.
Yeah. As this discussion has been ongoing, it reminded me of before Jacobs, I was with another company and I hired the very first female health and safety lead into this organization, into the region. And I remember the conversation when I was talking to some of the leaders, the male leaders in the business. So, and it was along the lines of, because there was none, right? What's she like? I went, she's great. No, but what's she really like? What's she really like? I went, she's great. And that's amazing how much we've come on, and now we can see a lot of kind of the strong bond, the strong networks that are being created by like OneWISH and other organizations. So look, I'm going to go back to Amanda on that around regrets. Sorry, Amanda.
Oh, no, that's fine. No, I did have regrets. And honestly, it was, I kind of let the industry change me. People that know me now know that I'm kind of I care a lot about people, cry easily, stuff like that. But when I was going through, working my way into leadership, you didn't show those parts of your personality. So I became quite rigid. It was all facts. It was all statistics. It was all, straight and narrow. So it was me kind of hiding the person that I am. And I would never tell people that I care about them, which is a big part of safety, is that you care and you want people to go home safely and take care of themselves. And that part of me was missing for a big chunk of my time in Alaska. So I think that's one of the reasons it was so hard, is because I wasn't genuine to myself for a while. So, I would tell people now, just, stay true to yourself. You'll be happier in your career. You'll be happier day to day going to work. So I'm glad that I've evolved back, with the help of, the organization, Jacobs right now, especially, to be able to be confident in the person that I am, that I truly am, and be able to express that without being worried about the fact that, well, these are kind of, qualities that people think are awfully feminine, and I want to hide that. So I do regret that I wasn't comfortable enough in myself at that point. So
yeah, but that's that path not being linear, right? Mm-hmm. And now that you're leading mental health across the Americas, for us, and I think you understand the importance of vulnerability when we are talking about mental health. And I always know that if I've got a call with you coming up in the calendar, that I need to get a box of tissues, just in case.
I get it. I know.
Right. But Paul, it's also though about, just go back to Amanda's point, it's also about, being really authentic, because people can sniff it out a mile, right? And look, we've all been in front of leaders that aren't authentic, or people that aren't authentic, and you can just spot it a mile away. So it's about as us being kind of female role models, just being ourselves, because if we don't do that, people will know, and they just won't connect with you.
Yeah,
but that's really how the industry has evolved, right? Because Amanda Finnegan and I were talking earlier. It was like you would do everything in your power to be looked at as the same. We were even talking the other day about pink hard hats, which just pissed me off, right? And I started thinking about it after her and I talked, because she's like, well, why not wear it? And I was just like, my whole career, I didn't want to be looked at as different. I wanted to be looked at as the same. And it was like, to me, the pink hard hat just screamed, just shouted, you're different, you're different. I see that, Yvonne. So, but it was hard. And it was the same as, I had somebody way back when on my team that would show up to the job site and she would bake cookies from her hotel room. She would stay in one of these extended stays. So she could take, and I'm like, what are you doing? But we've evolved now, right? And we're in a much different place, and it's okay to be different. It's okay to show the emotions and all that. So,
yeah, absolutely. Right, just kind of mindful of time. I'm going to jump to the last question, and if we've got time, we'll go to the second last question. So role models been mentioned a few times. So firstly, do you see yourself as a role model? These are all senior females in the business. You touch many thousand people every single day. So do you see yourself as a role model, and did you have a role model? So we'll just open it up.
I don't think I've ever been asked if I'm a role model, so I think that kind of surprised me. But I guess yes. I wouldn't ever come out and, you know, just think that, you know, talking to people, but looking back at, you know, where I am right now, and the fact that I'm accessible for people to talk to and reach out to and mentor, which is, again, something really big within Jacobs. I think, yes, that would be helpful for people to know that you can have a career that changes quite a bit. And as long as you're passionate and driven, that you can really make your career what you want it to be. And then the second part of that is I did have a couple of really strong role models. They were men. There weren't a lot of people, like, as I've said, in industry when I was coming up, but they were men that had a lot of integrity and treated people well and really cared about health and safety. And so those were the kind of people that I really looked up to, not people that were so driven that they were always going to be, you know, the biggest boss or anything like that. It was the people that conducted themselves with integrity every day. And those are the people that I wanted to be like.
Yeah, I love that answer. Who else is going to jump in?
Yeah, I think I mentioned it a few minutes ago. I've been so lucky in my career that I have met the most amazing men who have, you know, really rooted for me in my career and supported me and helped me both personally and professionally. It's a shame that I didn't have a female role model as I was coming up in my career. But I definitely, in my current role over the last 3 years, although it took me a while to figure it out, I definitely see myself as a role model now. And, you know, some days I spend my whole day just talking to my team on the phone, and I get to the end of the day, I'm like, I actually did no work today, but I did, because I was engaging with them and I was giving them time and I was giving them support and help. And I really am determined to be the role model that I never had grown up as I was coming through my career. And yeah, just really want to make that and be that difference for the team that I never had.
Yeah, good answer. Amanda, Jen?
Yeah, so I'll go into that. Look, it's not really a question around whether we think we are. We are. And we have to be within the industry we're in. And I think it's any industry as well. So I like to think that I'm more of a mentor and a coach and someone who guides somebody, you know, throughout their career. Yes, people do see me as a role model, but I see myself more as the mother hen in terms of bringing young talent in and really fostering and developing them. But then also looking at people who are changing their career as well. So I think it comes with what we do, you know, because we're trying to lead the industry and people making the right choices to ensure they go home at the end of the day. In terms of role models myself, you know, very similar stories. Obviously, early on in the career, not many sort of females that you could tap into, you know, for role models. I think my first role model, and he's actually still around in my life, actually sort of guided me out of my HR career and into HSC. So he was able to establish me with, you know, some really good networks and contacts to really get an understanding of what the industry was and what it's all about. Without sounding too cheesy, I think the women on this call, so Jan, Fiona and Amanda and, you know, Yvonne, Suki, everybody else, they're role models as well. I see what they do and the amazing work that they're doing as well. And then also you, Paul, like you're an innovator, you challenge the norms, you really push, you know, not only the females in your team, but the males as well. So I think role models are always evolving. They're always changing. There are some that stick with you, but there are some that, you know, do come into your life at a certain point in time to really guide and foster you. So, yeah.
Yeah, look, good answer, Amanda. Thanks. Jen?
Do I look at myself as a role model? I guess I never really kind of self-reflect like that. I guess by default I am. But I never kind of think of myself that way. I just, you know, just do what I do. Was a role model for me kind of coming up and through? Not really. The longer I was in my career, especially not in safety until probably the last 10 years. But before that, it was more, you know, you'd find somebody in operations that, you know, that I would gravitate to, that I like their style, or I like the way they delivered things, or, you know, handled things, and that kind of helped shape me and form me. But it really wasn't until, like I said, probably past 10 years or so, you know, would I have ever kind of felt that there was somebody in safety that filled that spot.
Yeah, look, that's why, you know, and thanks for that, Jen. Louise spoke about the stats around IOSH membership, right? And that's why it's really important that you guys and every single female on this call sees themselves as role models, because we're not going to attract more females to health and safety unless there are female role models out there, prominent role models out there, championing the cause, being inspirational, being motivational, being that innovator. That's the only way we're going to get more females into the profession. So you need to see yourself as a role model, and I know you act like a role model. So thank you for that. So look, last question. I'm just kind of mindful of time. What are you most proud of in your career? Like, and be brief.
That wasn't on the list, by the way. Just putting that out there.
I think sometimes I stand back from the chaos that's going on in my life, and I think, how the bloody hell have I got through the last 12 years? You know, I've got 3 small kids at home. I have built a career. I have grown both personally and professionally. And when I do stand back, on the odd occasion, when I do take a step back and a deep breath, and, you know, my kids are thriving, I've got a really good job, I'm getting to influence an industry the way I am. And I just think, do you know what, you're doing it and you're getting through it. It's not easy, but you've achieved so much in the last couple of years. And I think, you know, we're all very hard on ourselves, and it's just allowing yourself to, as someone said earlier on, celebrate the successes that you have. Because when I get to a Friday and I've managed not to piss anyone off in work too much, my kids have all done their homework, I've managed to get them to all their after school activities, and the house is still standing and I still have a job, I just think, you know what, brilliant.
Yeah, I like that, Fiona. And like, it seems to be a major theme.
When I'm opening that bottle of wine, Amanda, on a Friday night.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's probably most people on this call. Look, I would say mine's a little bit, it's not sort of, I wouldn't say it's controversial, but not down the norms. I think my sort of most proudest moment was actually stepping back from HSE and actually stepping out of my career for 12 months. I got to the point where I was quite burnt out, you know, had very low mental health. And I kind of got to a point of like, you know, going back to Fiona's point, I can wing it through this career and I can really just go to work, get paid, go home. And that was it. I took a conscious step, like I made a conscious choice to step back for 12 months to really just reset myself. And I honestly came back with a bang. And it's probably the best decision I ever made, and probably the most proudest, because it enabled me to be much better at what I do. It enabled me to be a much better mum, you know, a working woman, you know, wife at, you know, one point. So it gave me some more rounded perspective in terms of, you know what, you can do it all. You can absolutely do it all.
Good answer, brilliant, really brave. Jen or Amanda?
Mine, I would just say, mine's very similar to Fiona, just, you know, going through everything and having some challenging times and then making it through the other side, and still loving what you do, and still, you know, being able to keep the family together and have everybody thrive. Because you know, I went from leadership and then moved down in my role, and then realized that was what I needed at the time, was to step back, have a little less pressure and stress, and come out the other side a better person, better at my job, better parent, better wife. So it's just making it through all of that and being persistent at knowing what I wanted, and you know, just being a little bit driven. So I was just happy to make it out the other side and be here. So
Jen?
I'd probably say when I was younger, I was terrified, absolutely terrified of change. I didn't like change, didn't want to change. just status quo, just like doing the same thing. And what I'm probably the most proud of is my ability to embrace change and lower those walls and try different things. And it's allowed me to go down so many different avenues in my career and see just breathtakingly amazing projects and programs and people that I've been able to work with and be part of, that it's just amazing. So embracing change is probably the thing that I'm most proud of.
Yeah, look, that's, you know, and that's a surprise to me actually, because you are, I would say, one of those who do embrace change really well. You don't have blinkers on. If I have some harebrained idea, you consider it. You don't have blinkers. And I've asked you a couple of times about moving region, moving job, and you've always been open to it. So that's a surprise to me around the change. Look, I think the basis of this is that each of you are proud of where you are in your career, and you should be really proud of it, because I see the contribution that you make on a daily basis to the culture in Jacobs, to the growth of the occupational health and safety teams that you lead. And I'm just really kind of proud that we all work together and we're all part of the one team, and pushing each other on and really looking to raise that bar in everything we do. And I just really want to thank you for that, and also thank you for obviously agreeing to do this session. So I'm out of questions. I don't know if there's any questions there, or I don't know if you guys want to ask me any questions, you know, being like, I don't know how many men there are actually on this call.
Yeah, look, I think just going back to Amanda's point for a minute about you, and you'll absolutely hate this, but I'm going to do it anyway. You know, I don't think for the four of us here in the call, I don't think any of us would be as successful at Jacobs if it wasn't for the support that you give, not just to us, but every single female on our team. You're just a tremendous role model for us all, and not just us, but you're a tremendous role model for all women in our industry. And you know, on behalf of myself and Jennifer and the two Amandas, just want to thank you for that.
I'm going to kill you.
Are you mortified?
Yeah.
Well said, Fiona. Well said. We rehearsed that as well, Paul.
So, any other questions? No.
Is there any? Have we any on the panel, or on the? Sorry, not the panel. Any on the chat?
No. Hi there, ladies and Paul. Thank you so much. Yes. So no questions have come through the chat, but we did have a lot of chat and comments. The pink heart piece did trigger a few responses. I know I joined into that personally as well. But no, just want to say thank you, because looking at the time, you know, Paul, thanks for leading this session. Thank you for your support of OneWISH and all you've been doing and, you know, continue to do to break the bias. So thank you, ladies, you know, for sharing your stories, you know, being vulnerable and open to sharing your stories. Because I think it's always good to hear, you know, the experiences people have had, you know, and you all have shared some of the positives and, you know, the negatives, but how it's made you where you are today. So I think that was really insightful. So we really appreciate you all coming and sharing this today. Really motivating and empowering stories. So I just want to say thanks again to Jacobs for supporting this event. I will connect with all of you all if that's okay on LinkedIn. I love following amazing women in health and safety. So again, I just want to say thanks again.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us,
everyone.
Thank you.
No, thanks.
Bye.
All right, great. We have a few more minutes to keep to the 3 p.m. time. So I just want to now hand over to my colleague, Jeanette, to close out our 2022 International Women's Day event. I also want to personally give a shout out to Jeanette because, and I hope it's okay to share this, you know, I mentioned it at the start, you are supporting colleagues and friends from Ukraine at this time. as you're based in Poland. So thank you. You're amazing. And yeah, just just want to say thank you for that. Sorry. So I'll hand over to you to close out. Thank you, Jeanette.
Thank you, Melissa. Thank you for fantastic hosting and moderation. So it will take me only 3 minutes, but I would like to summarize maybe the key takeaways from today's session. So in the morning, we had a chat with Alexandra from Involve, and the main key takeaway from Alexandra is transparency and commitment, the value of inclusive leadership, and the move from unconscious bias to conscious inclusion. After that, we had a fantastic panel, which was hosted by Lorenzo. Sarah, Felipe, and Laura, they had a great discussion about the data, about the statistics, and about that today, all the programs and the system that we have enough is not enough. We need to take another step, move forward, deliver the results, and today it's time for actions. So Laura, your statement, knowledge is half of battle. It's in my note. And Philippa, thank you for sharing the data. After that, we had a panel with Tamara with Bobby and Joanne. Thank you for sharing your experience, your challenges. Our main key takeaway from that panel, that mentoring is not only about giving or taking. Mentoring, it's about helping us grow. It's becoming the best version of ourselves. So thank you, Joanne, and thank you, Bobby. After lunch, we had a fantastic session of the 5 incredible, influential women. The panel, President's Panel discussion moderated by our chair leader, Anne. Our key takeaway from this President's Panel: celebrate success, trust your instincts, follow your passion and dreams. Leadership styles, your challenges, your journey. Thank you for that discussion. And the main areas that our presidents, they discussed the human capital, sustainability, and the major focus on the health, in the health and safety. We are not measured by our failures, but we're measured by our successes. Fantastic session. And then we had a session that was the last session that was moderated by Paul and his fantastic team of health and safety managers. You are making the changes. You are embracing the change. And as Jennifer mentioned, we need to watch, listen, respect, and move forward. I would like to thank everyone who participated in this fantastic event today. I would like to thank Jenny, Liz, and all OneWISH Executive Committee for your incredible work to make it happen. I would like also all of you to take 1 minute and stop. Make a stop. Come back to your dreams. Come back to your goals. Every wrinkle and every smile, every thought and every action, mix and blend it with our wisdom, our creativity, and our care. We can break the bias and move the world. We can be stronger together and create the world. Create a world where being different is a value. OneWISH, stronger together. It's about building networks, improving our culture, giving opportunities. So follow us on website, on LinkedIn, on YouTube. Stay connected. And I wish all of you have a fantastic rest of the day. Thank you. Thank you for attending our event. Bye-bye.